3 miles beneath the surface of our oceans, where sunlight has never touched and pressure could crush a human body in milliseconds, creatures exist that challenge everything we think we know about life itself. Marine biologists estimate that 91% of marine species remain undescribed. They're forms so alien that when we finally encounter them, we struggle to classify them within our existing taxonomies. Tonight, we descend into that eternal darkness together, through the twilight zone where bioluminescent phantoms drift like living stars, past the midnight zone where time itself seems suspended, down to the abyssal plains where life persists against impossible odds. Each depth reveals creatures so perfectly adapted to their alien world that they appear almost supernatural to our surface-dwelling eyes. The deep sea holds secrets that might reshape our understanding of consciousness, evolution, and the very boundaries of biological possibility. As we explore these uncharted realms, let the gentle rhythm of our descent carry you towards sleep, guided by the mysterious glow of creatures that exist beyond the reach of our everyday world. The Phantom Jellyfish. In the most remote reaches of our planet's oceans, where sunlight has never touched and pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds, something extraordinary drifts through the eternal darkness. Marine biologists have encountered it fewer than 20 times in recorded history. Yet each sighting leaves researchers fundamentally questioning what they think they know about life in the deep sea. The Phantom Jellyfish, a creature so rare that most marine scientists will never see one in their entire careers. When Dr. Catherine Mills first encountered Stygiomedusa gigantea during a deep-sea expedition in 2003, she later described the experience as watching a ghost move through liquid space. The creature measured nearly 4 feet across, its translucent bell pulsing with an otherworldly rhythm, trailing ribbons of tissue that extended into the darkness beyond her submarine's lights. What makes this encounter so remarkable isn't just the jellyfish's size. It's the fact that we know almost nothing about how it lives, what it eats, or how it reproduces. In the century since its first discovery, fewer than 200 specimens have been documented worldwide. Each sighting raises more questions than it answers. The Phantom Jellyfish inhabits depths between 2,000 and 6,000 feet, a realm where most lifeforms have adapted to conditions that would seem impossible at the surface. No swim bladder could maintain buoyancy at these pressures. No conventional digestive system could process the sparse nutrients available in this liquid desert. Yet the Phantom Jellyfish not only survives, it appears to thrive. Dr. Mills' encounter revealed something that challenged conventional understanding of deep-sea biology. Rather than the typical stinging tentacles found on most jellyfish, Stygiomedusa gigantea possessed 4 enormous oral arms that moved with deliberate, almost intelligent precision. These ribbon-like appendages, some measuring over 30 feet in length, seemed to taste the water around them, exploring their environment with a sensitivity that bordered on the supernatural. The creature's bell, translucent and ethereal, pulsed with a rhythm that seemed too slow for efficient propulsion. Yet somehow, this massive animal moved through the water with a grace that defied physics. Researchers studying the limited footage available have noted that the Phantom Jellyfish appears to control its buoyancy in ways that current marine biology cannot explain. What truly sets this creature apart is its apparent lack of bioluminescence. In a world where nearly every organism produces its own light, the Phantom Jellyfish remains consistently dark. This presents a paradox that has puzzled researchers for decades. How does a creature navigate, hunt, and find mates in absolute darkness without the chemical light sources that every other deep-sea animal depends upon? The few specimens that have been captured and studied revealed another mystery. Their tissue composition includes proteins and cellular structures that don't match any known marine organism. Dr. Elena Vasquez, who examined tissue samples from a specimen collected in 2018, found cellular arrangements that seemed to process nutrients in ways that current biochemistry couldn't fully explain. These creatures appear to filter feed, but their feeding mechanisms remain largely theoretical. The 4 massive oral arms seem to capture microscopic prey, but researchers have never observed the actual feeding process. The Phantom Jellyfish's stomach contents, when examined, contained organic material that couldn't be definitively identified, fragments of other organisms that didn't match any known species from those depths. Perhaps most intriguingly, The phantom jellyfish appears to be solitary, unlike many deep-sea creatures that form colonies or travel in groups for protection and efficiency. Yet reproduction requires finding a mate in a three-dimensional space larger than all terrestrial continents combined. The mathematical probability of two phantom jellyfish encountering each other in the deep ocean approaches impossibility, yet somehow, these creatures continue to exist. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology have provided new glimpses into the phantom jellyfish's world. In 2019, researchers using remotely operated vehicles documented what appeared to be a juvenile specimen, roughly one-third the size of previously observed adults. The young phantom jellyfish exhibited behaviors that seemed almost exploratory, approaching the research vessel with what observers described as curiosity rather than the typical avoidance response shown by most deep-sea creatures. This behavior suggests a level of neural complexity that shouldn't exist in cnidarians. Jellyfish lack centralized nervous systems, yet the phantom jellyfish appears to process environmental information and make decisions in ways that challenge our understanding of primitive nervous systems. The creature's responses to stimuli suggest cognitive abilities that blur the line between instinct and intelligence. The phantom jellyfish's habitat preferences remain equally mysterious. While most deep-sea creatures cluster around hydrothermal vents or areas rich in marine snow, phantom jellyfish have been observed in the most barren regions of the deep ocean, vast underwater deserts where few other organisms can survive. What draws them to these biological voids remains unknown. Temperature readings from areas where phantom jellyfish have been spotted show subtle variations that don't correspond to any known geological features. Some researchers theorize that these creatures might be following thermal patterns invisible to current monitoring equipment, navigating by sensing minute temperature differences in the water column. The phantom jellyfish represents more than just another unclassified species. It embodies the profound mysteries that still exist in our planet's most unexplored frontier. Each rare encounter adds another piece to a puzzle that seems to grow more complex rather than clearer with each new discovery. As our deep-sea exploration capabilities advance, researchers hope to finally observe these creatures in their natural behavior patterns. Until then, the phantom jellyfish continues to drift through the darkness, carrying secrets that may fundamentally change our understanding of life in the deep ocean, a living ghost that haunts the deepest corners of our world, reminding us that even on Earth, mysteries remain that dwarf our current knowledge. Bioluminescent oddities. When marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez first descended to 3,000 meters in her submersible, she expected darkness. What she found instead was a living constellation, creatures producing light through biochemical processes that defy our understanding of how life should work in the deepest places on Earth. The phenomenon appeared impossible. In regions where sunlight hasn't penetrated for millions of years, where pressure would crush most surface life instantly, entire ecosystems thrive on self-generated illumination. These organisms don't just survive in the abyss, they've transformed it into something resembling an alien aurora. The chemistry behind this biological light show involves a compound called luciferin, working alongside an enzyme called luciferase. When these molecules interact with oxygen, they produce what scientists call cold light, photons without heat. Yet this simple explanation fails to capture the staggering diversity of how deep-sea creatures have weaponized illumination for purposes we're only beginning to understand. Consider the Atolla jellyfish, encountered at depths where the pressure exceeds 800 times that of sea level. When threatened, this transparent creature activates what researchers have termed a burglar alarm, a spinning circle of blue light that pulses outward like a distress beacon. The display isn't random. Marine biologists have documented how this bioluminescent SOS actually attracts larger predators, essentially calling for backup against whatever is attempting to consume the jellyfish. The strategy reveals something profound about deep-sea intelligence. These creatures, lacking complex nervous systems, have evolved behavioral responses that suggest a form of strategic thinking. They're manipulating their environment through light in ways that challenge our assumptions about consciousness in simple organisms. But the Atolla's defensive display pales beside the hunting strategies of the deep-sea anglerfish genus Melanocetus. These creatures have evolved a fishing rod-like appendage that dangles a bioluminescent lure directly in front of their cavernous mouths. The lure contains colonies of bacteria that produce a steady blue-green glow, perfectly calibrated to attract prey in the wavelengths that penetrate deepest into ocean water. What makes this relationship extraordinary is its specificity. Each anglerfish species maintains a unique bacterial strain in its lure, creating distinct light signatures that function like biological fingerprints. The bacteria receive nutrients from their host while providing illumination, a partnership that may have developed over millions of years in complete isolation from surface life. Recent deep-sea expeditions have documented anglerfish using their lures in ways that suggest learned behavior. Some individuals have been observed manipulating their bacterial colonies to create pulsing patterns, almost like Morse code transmissions in the darkness. The purpose remains unclear, but the implications are staggering. These creatures may be communicating through controlled bioluminescent displays. The phenomenon becomes even more puzzling when examining the vampire squid, Vampiroteuthis infernalis. This creature possesses the ability to control thousands of light-producing cells called photophores across its body surface. When disturbed, it can create waves of blue illumination that ripple across its skin like liquid electricity. The display serves multiple functions, confusing predators, attracting prey, and potentially communicating with other vampire squid across the vast darkness. But here's where the mystery deepens. Marine biologists have recorded vampire squid producing light patterns that appear to respond to artificial illumination from research submersibles. The creatures seem to be attempting some form of communication with human technology, adjusting their displays based on the lights emanating from deep-sea vehicles. Dr. Vasquez documented one incident where a vampire squid maintained a steady bioluminescent pulse that exactly matched the frequency of her submersible's navigation lights. The creature followed her vehicle for nearly 20 minutes, continuously adjusting its display to mirror the artificial illumination. When she changed the frequency of her lights, the squid adapted its response within seconds. The experience left her with questions that remain unanswered. How does a creature with a relatively simple nervous system process and respond to artificial light sources it has never encountered in its evolutionary history? The behavior suggests a level of adaptability that challenges our understanding of intelligence in deep-sea organisms. Even more perplexing are the colonial siphonophores, creatures that exist as chains of specialized individuals working together as a single organism. Some species exceed 150 feet in length, creating bioluminescent displays that can be seen from submersibles over a mile away. These living strings of light move through the water with coordinated precision, each individual contributing to patterns that seem to serve the collective whole. The colonial nature of these organisms raises questions about consciousness and decision-making in the deep sea. Individual polyps within a siphonophore colony can't survive independently, yet the colony demonstrates complex behaviors including coordinated hunting, defense responses, and what appears to be territorial marking through bioluminescent displays. Marine researchers have observed siphonophore colonies creating light patterns that persist for hours, seemingly marking specific areas of the ocean floor. The patterns often appear in geometric configurations that suggest intentional design rather than random biological activity. Some researchers theorize these displays might function as deep-sea navigation markers, helping other organisms orient themselves in the featureless abyss. The bioluminescent capabilities of these creatures extend beyond simple light production. Many species can control the intensity, duration, and color of their displays with precision that rivals human-engineered lighting systems. The bobtail squid, found at intermediate depths, can modulate its light output to match the faint illumination filtering down from above, essentially becoming invisible to predators looking up from below. This counter-illumination camouflage requires real-time adjustment to changing light conditions as the squid moves through the water column. The creature's nervous system must constantly monitor ambient light levels and adjust its bioluminescent output accordingly, a feat of biological engineering that requires sophisticated sensory processing. Yet for all our advances in deep-sea exploration, we've likely encountered less than 1% of the bioluminescent species that populate the ocean's depths. Each dive reveals new forms of biological light production, new strategies for survival in the eternal darkness, and new questions about the nature of life itself. The deep ocean continues to pulse with mysteries we're only beginning to illuminate, literally and figuratively. The deep-sea dragonfish, 2,000 meters beneath the Pacific surface, marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez encountered something that defied her understanding of predation. Through the submersible's porthole, a creature materialized from the absolute darkness, sleek, serpentine, and adorned with rows of light that pulsed like Morse code signals from another world. The deep-sea dragonfish had found her vessel, and in that moment of mutual observation, she realized she was witnessing one of the ocean's most sophisticated killing machines. The dragonfish exists in a realm where sunlight becomes nothing more than a memory. At depths between 200 and 1,500 meters, these creatures navigate the twilight zone and bathypelagic depths with an arsenal of adaptations that blur the line between biology and technology. Their elongated bodies, typically measuring between 6 and 15 inches, move through water with an efficiency that speaks to millions of years of evolutionary refinement. What sets the dragonfish apart isn't just its alien appearance, it's the weaponization of light itself. Along their dark, scaleless bodies, photophores create precise patterns of bioluminescence. These aren't random displays of natural artistry. Each light serves a calculated purpose in the dragonfish's survival strategy. The barbel that dangles from their chin like a living fishing line contains specialized cells that produce a red glow invisible to most deep-sea creatures. In the perpetual darkness, this creates an asymmetric advantage that transforms the dragonfish into a phantom predator. Dr. Vasquez's 2019 research expedition documented something unprecedented. Using specialized deep-sea cameras equipped with red light filters, her team observed dragonfish exhibiting hunting behaviors that challenged established understanding of deep-sea predation. The creatures weren't simply lurking and ambushing prey, they were systematically patrolling specific territories, using their bioluminescent displays to communicate with other dragonfish across vast distances. The mechanics of dragonfish bioluminescence involve a complex chemical process that marine biologists are still working to fully comprehend. Luciferin, the same compound that allows fireflies to illuminate summer evenings, combines with the enzyme luciferase within specialized cells called photophores. But dragonfish have evolved this system far beyond simple light production. They can control the intensity, duration, and even the spectral qualities of their luminescence with remarkable precision. Research conducted by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution revealed that different species of dragonfish utilize distinct bioluminescent patterns, essentially biological signatures that function as both identification and communication systems. The Malacosteus niger, commonly known as the stoplight loosejaw, produces far red light that remains invisible to most deep-sea organisms. This evolutionary development essentially grants them thermal vision in a world where thermal vision shouldn't exist. The physical construction of dragonfish jaws represents another marvel of deep-sea adaptation. Their teeth, translucent and needle-sharp, can extend beyond their skull through a mechanism that allows their jaws to unhinge completely. This adaptation enables them to consume prey significantly larger than their own body size, a crucial advantage in an environment where meals are scarce and unpredictable. Doctors Marcus Chen, a specialist in deep-sea ichthyology at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, spent 3 years studying dragonfish metabolism and discovered something that challenged basic assumptions about deep-sea survival. Despite living in near-freezing temperatures and crushing pressures, dragonfish maintain metabolic rates that would be considered high even for surface-dwelling fish. This discovery suggested that their hunting strategies required constant energy expenditure, energy that had to be obtained from their deep-sea environment through methods that remained poorly understood. The reproductive strategies of dragonfish add another layer to their mystery. Like many deep-sea creatures, they exhibit extreme sexual dimorphism. Males are significantly smaller than females, and in some species, exist primarily as parasitic appendages that attach permanently to female hosts. This reproductive approach ensures successful mating in an environment where encountering another member of your species might be a once-in-a-lifetime event. Recent sonar mapping of deep-sea territories has revealed that dragonfish populations follow migration patterns that span thousands of miles. These movements appear to correlate with deep-sea currents and seasonal variations in marine snow, the constant precipitation of organic matter that forms the base of the deep-sea food web. The precision of these migrations suggests a level of environmental awareness that challenges conventional understanding of fish intelligence and navigation. The study of dragonfish behavior has been hampered by the extreme difficulty of observing them in their natural habitat. The crushing pressures of the deep sea, combined with the need for specialized equipment capable of operating in complete darkness, means that most of what we know about dragonfish comes from brief encounters and specimens brought to the surface. Specimens that rarely survive the dramatic pressure changes involved in deep-sea specimen collection. Dr. Vasquez's most recent findings, published in the Journal of Deep Sea Research, documented instances of dragonfish exhibiting what appeared to be cooperative hunting behaviors. Multiple individuals were observed coordinating their bioluminescent displays to create complex light patterns that seemed to confuse and disorient schools of smaller fish. This level of behavioral sophistication suggested cognitive abilities that hadn't been previously attributed to deep-sea predators. The ecosystem role of dragonfish extends far beyond their function as predators. As they migrate vertically through the water column, they transport nutrients and organic matter between different oceanic zones. Their waste products contribute to the deep-sea nutrient cycle, and their presence serves as an indicator of the overall health of deep-sea ecosystems. Temperature variations in deep-sea environments, often measured in fractions of degrees, appear to dramatically influence dragonfish behavior and distribution. Climate change's effects on deep-sea temperatures could potentially disrupt migration patterns and feeding behaviors that have remained stable for millennia. As submersibles continue to explore the deepest reaches of our oceans, each encounter with dragonfish reveals new questions about their biology, behavior, and evolutionary history. These creatures represent millions of years of adaptation to one of Earth's most challenging environments, and their continued study offers insights into the remarkable diversity of life that exists in the ocean's darkest depths. The next time you stand at the edge of the ocean, remember that miles beneath the waves, dragonfish are patrolling their territories with lights that evolved long before humans discovered fire, hunting with techniques that remain largely mysterious to our most advanced scientific instruments. The unseen Gulper eel. In the deepest trenches of our oceans, where sunlight has never touched and pressure could crush a human body in milliseconds, marine biologists have documented something that challenges our understanding of how life adapts to survive. The Gulper eel, known scientifically as Uropharynx pelicanoides, possesses a feeding mechanism so extraordinary that researchers initially questioned whether the specimens they were observing were real or some kind of deep-sea optical illusion. Dr. Illusion. Margaret Thornfield, a deep-sea researcher at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, spent 3 years tracking these creatures through remote submersibles. Her team's findings, published in 2019, revealed feeding behaviors that seem to defy the basic laws of biology. The Gulper eel can unhinge its jaw to dimensions that dwarf its own body length, creating a cavern-like mouth that functions less like a traditional feeding apparatus and more like a living net cast into the void. What makes this particularly unsettling is that we still don't fully understand how they locate their prey in complete darkness. The eel's body, which can stretch up to 3 feet in length, is ghostly thin, almost translucent, yet it somehow manages to capture and consume fish nearly as large as itself. When Dr. Thornfield's team first recorded footage of a Gulper eel in full feeding mode, the creature appeared to transform entirely, its jaw expanding to create what she described as a balloon of flesh with teeth. The mechanics of this transformation remain largely mysterious. Unlike snakes, which dislocate their jaws to swallow large prey, the Gulper eel's skull appears to stretch and contort in ways that shouldn't be anatomically possible. X-ray analysis of preserved specimens shows a bone structure that's remarkably flexible, almost cartilaginous, but living observations reveal movements that seem to exceed even those physical limitations. Most disturbing is what happens after the eel captures its prey. The creature's stomach, like its mouth, can expand to accommodate meals that should theoretically be impossible to digest. Dr. Thornfield's research notes describe watching a Gulper eel consume a lanternfish, then remain motionless for what appeared to be hours, its body grotesquely distended, while some unknown process took place within. The eel's metabolism slows to an almost death-like state during digestion, leading some researchers to theorize that these creatures exist in a kind of suspended animation between meals. The Gulper eel's habitat adds another layer of mystery. They've been found at depths ranging from 1,600 to 9,800 feet, primarily in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. but their distribution patterns make no obvious sense. Some regions that appear ideal for their survival show no signs of gulper eel populations, while others, seemingly less hospitable, teem with them. This has led to speculation about whether we're actually observing one species or several closely related creatures that have evolved similar feeding mechanisms independently. Temperature readings from their hunting grounds reveal another puzzle. The gulper eel seems to thrive in waters just above freezing, yet their metabolic activity suggests they should require much warmer conditions to function effectively. Dr. Thornfield's team discovered that these eels generate almost no body heat of their own, essentially becoming living extensions of their frigid environment. This raises questions about how they power their dramatic feeding displays and whether they might be drawing energy from sources we haven't yet identified. The creature's bioluminescent capabilities present yet another enigma. While many deep-sea species produce light through chemical reactions, the gulper eel's luminescence appears to be concentrated in an unusual organ at the tip of its tail. This organ, which researchers have dubbed the photophore, emits a pulsing light that some believe might serve as a lure for prey. However, observations suggest the light pattern might be far more complex than simple attraction. Dr. Thornfield's analysis of recorded light sequences revealed what appeared to be distinct patterns, almost like a code. Different individual eels displayed variations in their light pulses, and in several instances, multiple eels in the same area seemed to respond to each other's signals. This has led to the intriguing possibility that gulper eels might possess a form of communication system based on bioluminescent flashing, though what information they might be exchanging remains completely unknown. The reproductive behavior of gulper eels adds yet another layer of mystery. Despite decades of research, no one has ever observed these creatures mating or documented their eggs in the wild. Some specimens have been found with what appear to be reproductive organs, but they're so unlike those of other eel species that their function remains speculative. This has led to theories ranging from asexual reproduction to life cycle stages that occur at depths we haven't yet explored. Perhaps most unsettling is the gulper eel's apparent longevity. Carbon dating of tissue samples suggests some individuals might live for decades, possibly even centuries, in the deep ocean's timeless environment. If true, this means some of the gulper eels we're observing today might have been hunting in these same waters since before human civilization developed deep-sea exploration technology. The implications of such longevity are staggering. These creatures would have witnessed changes in ocean chemistry, temperature, and prey populations across generations of marine life. They might serve as living archives of deep-sea history, their bodies containing chemical signatures of oceanic changes that occurred long before we had instruments to measure them. Recent sonar mapping of known gulper eel territories has revealed something even more puzzling. These creatures seem to follow migration patterns that span thousands of miles, yet their movement appears to be synchronized across vast distances. Eels tagged in the Pacific have been tracked following routes that mirror the movements of completely separate populations in the Atlantic, suggesting some kind of shared navigation system that science has yet to explain. The gulper eel represents more than just another strange creature adapted to deep-sea life. It embodies the profound mysteries that still exist in our own world's most inaccessible places. Every answer we uncover about these remarkable creatures seems to generate new questions, reminding us that the deepest parts of our oceans remain as alien and unknown as any distant planet. Exploring the Mariana Trench, 7 miles beneath the Pacific's surface, where no sunlight has touched for millions of years, lies a realm that defies every assumption we've made about life on Earth. The Mariana Trench stretches like a wound across the ocean floor, deeper than Mount Everest is tall, harboring creatures that exist in conditions so extreme they shouldn't be possible. When the research vessel Limiting Factor descended to Challenger Deep in 2019, its cameras captured something that left marine biologists staring at their screens in bewildered silence. Moving across the sediment at crushing depths of 36,000 feet, translucent organisms pulsed and glided with an otherworldly grace. These weren't the barren depths science had predicted. They were teeming with life forms that challenged every biological principle we thought we understood. The pressure down there exceeds 1,000 times what we experience at sea level. It's equivalent to having 50 jumbo jets pressing down on every square meter of your body. The temperature hovers just above freezing, and the darkness is so complete that these creatures exist in perpetual night, yet they thrive. Dr. Alan Jamieson, who has spent years studying these depths, describes organisms that seem to bend the laws of physics. Fish with bodies so gelatinous they appear to be made of living water. Crustaceans that have evolved transparent shells, their internal organs visible like glowing jewels suspended in glass. Each new dive reveals species that exist nowhere else on Earth, isolated in their crushing cathedral of darkness. The trench itself tells a story that spans geological epochs. Formed where the Pacific Plate slides beneath the Mariana Plate, this subduction zone has been carving itself deeper for over 180 million years. The resulting chasm creates a series of unique environments, each with its own strange inhabitants. The Hadal Zone, as scientists call these deepest reaches, remains largely unexplored. We've mapped more of the moon's surface than we have of this alien landscape beneath our own oceans. What makes these discoveries particularly unsettling is how these organisms have evolved in complete isolation. Some species found in the trench's depths show genetic markers, suggesting they've been separated from surface life for millions of years. They've developed biochemical processes that function at pressures that would instantly compress any surface-dwelling creature into nothing. Their very existence rewrites our understanding of life's boundaries. The water itself carries mysteries. Samples collected from the deepest reaches contain microorganisms that metabolize chemicals in ways that shouldn't be energetically possible. They've crafted entire ecosystems around chemosynthesis, deriving energy from the Earth's chemical processes rather than sunlight. These communities cluster around hydrothermal vents and cold seeps, creating oases of life in the crushing darkness. Recent expeditions have documented phenomena that challenge our perception of what constitutes life. Researchers have observed what appear to be coordinated movements among creatures that lack any known nervous system sophisticated enough to enable such behavior. Bioluminescent displays that pulse in patterns too complex to be random, suggesting forms of communication we're only beginning to comprehend. The trench's deepest residents possess adaptations that border on the impossible. Their cellular structure has evolved to maintain integrity under pressures that would cause normal proteins to denature instantly. Some species have developed specialized enzymes that function optimally only in these extreme conditions. Remove them from their crushing environment, and they literally fall apart at the molecular level. What's particularly striking is how these discoveries keep defying predictions. Each time scientists establish what they believe to be the absolute limits of life in the deep ocean, new expeditions reveal creatures living even deeper, under even more extreme conditions. The Hadal Zone, once thought to be largely lifeless, now appears to harbor some of the most unique biodiversity on the planet. The technology required to explore these depths has only recently become available. Specialized submersibles must be constructed with titanium hulls several inches thick to withstand the crushing pressure. The slightest structural flaw means instant implosion. Yet even with these marvels of engineering, we've explored less than 5% of the trench's total area. What we have discovered suggests that the deepest parts of our oceans may harbor evolutionary processes that have been running independently for millions of years. These organisms represent alternative solutions to the fundamental challenges of life, developed in complete isolation from the surface world. Their existence raises profound questions about the nature of life itself and the conditions under which it can flourish. Some researchers theorize that these deep-sea communities might provide insights into life on other worlds. The conditions in the Mariana Trench bear striking similarities to those believed to exist in the subsurface oceans of Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's Enceladus. If life can thrive in the crushing depths of our own planet, it might also exist in the dark waters beneath alien ice. The trench continues to yield discoveries that reshape our understanding of Earth's history. Sediment cores pulled from its depths contain chemical signatures that date back to the planet's earliest epochs. These layers preserve evidence of ancient climate changes, mass extinctions, and geological events that shaped life as we know it. The creatures living among these sediments serve as living archives, carrying genetic information that spans millions of years of evolution. As we venture deeper into these crushing depths, each expedition reveals how little we truly know about our own planet. The Mariana Trench, stands as a reminder that Earth still holds secrets that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about life, evolution, and the limits of biological possibility. In its deepest reaches, where pressure and darkness reign supreme, life has found ways to flourish that we're only beginning to understand. The abyss below continues to call, holding mysteries that may forever change how we define life itself. The elusive Goblin Shark. In 2007, marine biologist Dr. Kenji Nakamura was conducting routine bottom trawling operations 400 meters below the surface of Tokyo Bay, when something extraordinary emerged from the nets. The creature that stared back at him defied every expectation of what a shark should look like. Its elongated snout stretched nearly a third of its body length, and when it opened its mouth, the entire jaw structure rocketed forward like some nightmarish alien appendage. Nakamura had just encountered one of the ocean's most elusive phantoms, the Goblin Shark. What makes this encounter particularly remarkable is that goblin sharks weren't supposed to exist in those waters. In fact, they weren't supposed to exist anywhere with any predictable frequency. Since the species was first described in 1898, fewer than 300 specimens have ever been documented worldwide. The mathematical probability of accidentally catching one during routine fishing operations hovers around 0.0000003%. Yet here was Nakamura, face to face with what scientists call a living fossil. The goblin shark carries genetic markers that trace back 118 million years, making it older than flowering plants, older than the Rocky Mountains, older than the breakup of the supercontinent Pangaea. Its scientific name, Mitsukurina austoni, honors both the Japanese zoologist who first studied it and the British collector who provided the initial specimen. But these formal designations fail to capture the creature's otherworldly essence. Dr. Sarah Chen, a deep-sea researcher at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, has spent 15 years studying the fragments of goblin shark behavior we've managed to observe. She describes the experience of watching footage of a living goblin shark as witnessing evolution in reverse. The creature moves with an ethereal slowness, its pinkish-gray skin appearing almost translucent in the deep-sea camera's artificial illumination. The goblin shark's most distinctive feature remains its protrusible jaw system. When feeding, the entire premaxillary structure shoots forward up to 8.6% of the shark's total body length. This mechanism operates through a complex arrangement of ligaments and cartilage that creates what marine biologists term slingshot feeding. The shark can extend its jaws, capture prey, and retract the entire apparatus in less than 0.3 seconds. What puzzles researchers is the evolutionary purpose behind this extraordinary adaptation. Traditional shark feeding strategies rely on speed, stealth, or overwhelming size. The goblin shark possesses none of these advantages. It moves slowly, lacks camouflage, and rarely exceeds 4 meters in length. Yet it has survived virtually unchanged for over 100 million years, while countless other predators have vanished. The answer may lie in the goblin shark's chosen habitat. These creatures inhabit the continental slope zones, typically between 200 and 1,200 meters deep, where sunlight never penetrates and pressure reaches crushing extremes. In this environment, energy conservation becomes paramount. The goblin shark's slow metabolism and opportunistic feeding strategy represent perfect adaptations to a world where meals are scarce and unpredictable. Ocean researcher Dr. Michael Torres documented one of the few extended observations of goblin shark behavior during a 2019 deep-sea expedition off the coast of California. Using remotely operated vehicles, his team tracked a single individual for 47 minutes. The shark moved in a pattern Torres described as methodical wandering, covering approximately 200 meters while maintaining a consistent depth of 380 meters. Its movements suggested a creature perfectly attuned to detecting the faintest chemical traces or electrical signals that might indicate nearby prey. The goblin shark's sensory capabilities remain largely mysterious. Its elongated rostrum houses an extensive network of ampullae of Lorenzini, electroreceptive organs that can detect the bioelectric fields generated by living organisms. Some researchers theorize that this extended sensory array allows the goblin shark to see electrical signatures from distances impossible for other deep-sea predators. Perhaps most intriguingly, goblin sharks appear to be capable of something approaching suspended animation. Specimens brought to the surface often remain alive for hours despite the dramatic pressure changes and temperature variations that would quickly kill other deep-sea species. This resilience suggests metabolic processes so efficient they border on the supernatural. The handful of goblin sharks maintained briefly in captivity have provided glimpses into their feeding behavior. They show no interest in actively pursuing prey, instead remaining motionless until potential food items drift within range. When feeding does occur, the jaw extension happens with such speed that high-speed cameras are required to capture the complete sequence. Dr. Chen's research has revealed that goblin sharks likely feed on a diet consisting primarily of deep-sea squid, small bony fish, and crustaceans. Stomach content analysis from the few specimens available has yielded some surprising findings. One individual contained the remains of a species of deep-sea crab that hadn't been formally described by science. Another held fragments of what appeared to be a completely unknown cephalopod species. These discoveries raise profound questions about the goblin shark's role in deep-sea ecosystems. If these creatures are regularly consuming species we haven't yet cataloged, what does that suggest about the true diversity of life in the ocean's depths? The goblin shark becomes not just a fascinating predator, but potentially a key to understanding entire ecosystems that remain hidden from human observation. The geographical distribution of goblin shark encounters follows no discernible pattern. Specimens have been documented off the coasts of Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, France, and the eastern United States. Yet decades can pass between sightings in any given region. This scattered distribution suggests either an extremely low population density or behavioral patterns that keep these creatures perpetually beyond our detection methods. Recent advances in deep-sea monitoring technology have begun to reveal new aspects of goblin shark ecology. Environmental DNA sampling, analyzing seawater for genetic traces left by passing organisms, has detected goblin shark presence in areas where no visual sightings have occurred. These genetic breadcrumbs suggest the creatures may be far more widespread than physical encounters would indicate. The goblin shark's continued existence challenges our understanding of evolutionary success. In a world where speed, aggression, and adaptability typically determine survival, this living fossil represents an alternative path, one where patience, efficiency, and perfect specialization create their own form of evolutionary triumph. As our exploration of the deep ocean continues, the goblin shark remains one of its most enigmatic ambassadors. Each rare encounter provides another piece of a puzzle that may never be fully solved, another glimpse into the profound mysteries that persist in the ocean's darkest depths. Deep-sea Anglerfish Mysteries. The first recorded specimen arrived at the surface in 1833, pulled from waters so deep that sunlight had never touched its scales. Yet for nearly 2 centuries, marine biologists have struggled to explain how the anglerfish's hunting mechanism actually works. The physics shouldn't allow it. The biology defies conventional understanding of predator-prey relationships, and the deeper we explore, the more questions emerge. Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 3 years tracking bioluminescent signals in the Monterey Canyon, following what she believed were migrating squid. Her submersible recordings revealed something else entirely. Anglerfish, suspended in the water column like living lanterns, were manipulating their light in patterns that seemed coordinated. Too coordinated for creatures operating on pure instinct. The anglerfish family encompasses over 200 species, yet fewer than half have been studied in their natural habitat. Most of what we understand comes from specimens dragged to the surface, their delicate internal structures collapsed, their bioluminescent organs dark and lifeless. We've been trying to understand a creature of the deep by examining its corpse in the light. Their hunting strategy appears deceptively simple. That glowing lure, called an esca, dangles from a modified spine above their cavernous mouth. Small fish, drawn to the only source of light in an ocean of absolute darkness, approach what they perceive as prey. Instead, they become it. The anglerfish's jaw can unhinge to accommodate fish twice its own size, while its expandable stomach allows it to survive weeks between meals. But recent deep-sea footage suggests this straightforward narrative misses something crucial. The anglerfish doesn't simply wait, it actively choreographs its hunt, pulsing its lure in specific rhythms, adjusting the intensity of its bioluminescence based on the species approaching. How does a creature with a brain the size of a pea execute such sophisticated behavioral programming? The mystery deepens when we examine the source of that ethereal glow. The anglerfish doesn't produce its own light. Instead, it cultivates colonies of bioluminescent bacteria within specialized organs. These bacteria require oxygen and nutrients to survive, yet they thrive in an environment where both are scarce. The anglerfish must somehow maintain these bacterial communities while living in conditions that would kill most surface organisms within minutes. Marine microbiologist Dr. James Wu discovered that each anglerfish species hosts unique bacterial strains, some of which exist nowhere else on Earth. These bacterial partners produce light frequencies precisely tuned to attract specific prey species. The relationship goes beyond simple symbiosis. The anglerfish appears to be farming its own customized lighting system. The reproductive habits of anglerfish challenge our understanding of survival in extreme environments. In many species, males are dramatically smaller than females, sometimes a tenth of their size. When a male locates a female in the vast darkness of the deep ocean, he bites down and never lets go. His tissues gradually fuse with hers until he becomes little more than a sperm-producing appendage. Multiple males can attach to a single female, creating creatures that blur the line between individual and collective organism. This sexual parasitism raises disturbing questions about consciousness and identity. Does the male cease to exist as an individual entity? How does the female's nervous system integrate these additional organisms? Some researchers suggest we may be witnessing an evolutionary solution to the problem of finding mates in an environment where encounters are rare and survival depends on immediate reproduction. Dr. Vasquez's research team made an unsettling discovery during their 2019 expedition. They observed anglerfish in the Mariana Trench displaying their lures in synchronized patterns, as if communicating across vast distances. The light pulses followed mathematical sequences that appeared too complex for coincidence. When the team attempted to replicate these patterns using artificial lights, dozens of anglerfish emerged from the darkness, drawn by signals they somehow recognized. The implications suggest a level of intelligence and social organization that contradicts everything we believe about life in the deep ocean. If anglerfish can communicate through bioluminescent signals, they may possess cognitive abilities we've never suspected. The darkness that seems to isolate them might actually serve as a medium for complex information exchange. Temperature measurements around hunting anglerfish reveal another anomaly. The water immediately surrounding their lures registers several degrees warmer than the surrounding environment. This thermal signature shouldn't exist at depths where temperatures remain constant within fractions of a degree. The energy required to generate this heat would demand a metabolic rate that should be impossible to sustain in the nutrient-poor deep ocean. Some marine biologists now theorize that anglerfish tap into energy sources we don't yet understand. Their bacterial symbionts might process chemicals in ways that generate more energy than traditional biological systems allow. If correct, these creatures represent a form of life that operates on principles we've yet to discover. The distribution patterns of anglerfish species present another puzzle. Certain species appear exclusively at specific depths, as if invisible barriers prevent them from moving higher or lower in the water column. These boundaries don't correspond to temperature gradients, pressure changes, or food availability. Something else defines their territories in the vertical architecture of the ocean. Recent sonar mapping reveals that anglerfish populations cluster around underwater geological features that don't appear on any charts. Seamounts that rise from abyssal plains, underwater ridges that extend for hundreds of miles, canyon systems that plunge deeper than our equipment can measure. These formations seem to serve as anchoring points for anglerfish communities, suggesting they navigate using landmarks we can barely detect. The most disturbing specimens arrive in research nets damaged in ways that suggest encounters with predators we've never identified. Bite marks too large for any known deep-sea creature. Tissue samples containing trace elements that don't match any database. DNA fragments that belong to no recognized species. What hunts the hunters in the deepest parts of our planet? What creatures consider the fearsome anglerfish to be prey? The answers remain suspended in darkness, waiting for us to develop the technology and courage to seek them out. Until then, the anglerfish continues its ancient dance of light and shadow, a mystery wrapped in bioluminescent beauty, hunting in an ocean that keeps most of its secrets hidden. The depths hold more than we've dared to explore, And the anglerfish, with its impossible light and inexplicable behaviors, serves as a reminder that our own planet remains largely unknown to us. The mysterious giant squid. For centuries, sailors returned from the deep Atlantic with stories so extraordinary that coastal taverns fell silent when they spoke. Tentacles thick as ship masts, eyes the size of dinner plates, a creature that could drag entire vessels into the abyss with what seemed like deliberate malice. The Kraken, they called it, a monster born from salt spray and maritime terror. But monsters, it turns out, have a curious way of becoming real. In 2004, researchers aboard the Japanese vessel Ogasawara finally captured the first photographs of a living giant squid in its natural habitat. The creature measured over 8 meters in length, its tentacles coiling through the midnight waters with an almost hypnotic grace. After decades of finding only fragments, dead specimens washed ashore or discovered in sperm whale stomachs, here was proof that the ocean's most elusive giant still moved through the deep. Yet even now, nearly 2 decades later, the giant squid remains essentially unknown to us. We've documented perhaps a dozen living encounters, in a species that may number in the thousands, scattered across ocean basins that span continents. This represents a knowledge gap so vast it's almost incomprehensible. Every confirmed sighting raises 10 new questions. Every specimen tells us how little we truly understand about life in the deep. The giant squid's Latin name, Architeuthis dux, translates roughly to ruling squid. It's a title that feels both appropriate and ironic. Appropriate because these creatures command the deep ocean realms between 200 and 1,000 meters below the surface. Ironic because their reign remains largely invisible to us, conducted in darkness so complete that bioluminescence becomes the primary language of existence. What we do know comes from fragments, from the handful of intact specimens that have surfaced over the past century, from the circular scars found on sperm whales, marking battles fought in trenches we've never explored, from the stomach contents of deep-diving predators that return to the surface, carrying pieces of a world we can barely reach. The giant squid's tentacles can extend up to 18 meters in length when fully stretched, but it's not just their size that makes them remarkable. The tentacle clubs, those expanded ends that function as hunting tools, are lined with hundreds of rotating hooks. Each hook operates independently, able to grasp and tear with a precision that suggests intelligence far beyond what we typically associate with invertebrates. Their eyes, the largest in the animal kingdom, measure up to 30 centimeters in diameter. To put this in perspective, that's roughly the size of a volleyball. These massive organs aren't just for show. They're engineered to detect the faintest traces of bioluminescence in the absolute darkness of the deep ocean. The mathematical precision of their lens structure allows them to spot the silhouette of a sperm whale against the barely perceptible glow of surface light filtering down from hundreds of meters above. But here's where our knowledge becomes frustratingly incomplete. We know the giant squid possesses these incredible adaptations, but we have no clear understanding of how they use them. We've never observed their hunting behavior. We've never documented their mating rituals. We've never seen how they interact with their environment or with each other. The few living encounters we have recorded show creatures that seem almost ghostly in their movement. They don't dart through the water like their smaller cousins. Instead, they drift with a fluid grace that makes them appear almost ethereal. Their chromatophores, those color-changing cells that cover their skin, create patterns we can't interpret. Waves of red and white pulse across their bodies in sequences that might be communication, camouflage, or expressions of states we have no names for. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that giant squid populations around the world are remarkably similar, suggesting they're all members of a single species despite being separated by thousands of miles of ocean. This raises profound questions about their reproduction and migration patterns. How do creatures living in the deep ocean's most isolated regions maintain genetic contact? How do they find each other in the vast darkness of the deep? The answers might lie in their relationship with the ocean's thermal layers. Giant squid seem to prefer the boundary zones where water temperatures shift dramatically over short distances. These thermoclines create unique acoustic properties that might allow for long-distance communication. Some researchers theorize that giant squid may use low-frequency sounds to coordinate across vast distances, turning the ocean itself into a communication network. But this remains speculation. The giant squid's habitat makes direct observation extraordinarily difficult. The pressures at their preferred depths would crush conventional diving equipment. The darkness requires artificial illumination that may alter their behavior. The sheer size of their territory, spanning entire ocean basins, makes finding them a matter of extraordinary luck or patience. What we do know is that they're not the mindless monsters of maritime legend. The complexity of their nervous system rivals that of many vertebrates. Their behaviors, in the brief moments we've observed them, suggest problem-solving abilities and environmental awareness that challenge our understanding of invertebrate intelligence. The giant squid's beak, hidden within the center of their tentacle crown, is composed of a material harder than most metals. Yet it transitions seamlessly from this diamond-hard tip to soft tissue, preventing the creature from damaging itself while feeding. This gradient of hardness represents a biomechanical solution so elegant that material scientists are still trying to understand how it works. Their 3 hearts pump blue blood through a circulatory system that functions efficiently at pressures that would be lethal to most life forms. 2 hearts serve the gills, while the 3rd pumps blood to the rest of the body. This system is so efficient that giant squid can survive in the oxygen-poor waters of the deep ocean while maintaining the energy levels necessary for their size and presumed intelligence. Perhaps most intriguingly, recent specimens have revealed that giant squid may not be fully mature when they reach the sizes we typically associate with adults. Growth ring analysis suggests that some specimens may represent juveniles of an even larger form. This possibility opens questions about the true maximum size of these creatures, and whether the giants we've documented represent the full extent of their growth potential. The giant squid remains a creature of thresholds, living at the boundary between the known and unknown depths of our oceans, existing in the space between myth and scientific understanding. Each encounter provides tantalizing glimpses of a life form that has mastered an environment we can barely explore, let alone comprehend. In the deep ocean's endless night, they continue their ancient existence, largely unaware that the creatures of the surface world have spent centuries trying to understand them. They remain, as they have always been, the ocean's most magnificent mystery. The unfathomable barrel-eye fish, 3 miles beneath the Pacific surface, marine biologist Dr. Roberta Hartman encountered something that challenged everything she thought she knew about vertebrate anatomy. Through the thick glass of her submersible, she watched a fish with a head made entirely of transparent tissue, and inside that living window, 2 green eyes rotated upward like periscopes, tracking her movements with an intelligence that seemed almost deliberate. The barrel-eye fish defies the fundamental rules of how creatures should be constructed. Its scientific name, Macropinna microstoma, translates roughly to big fin, small mouth, but those details pale beside the creature's most extraordinary feature. The entire front portion of its skull consists of a transparent, fluid-filled dome that functions like a biological observatory. Within this crystalline chamber, tubular eyes pivot freely, scanning the darkness above for prey, or perhaps for threats descending from the surface world. Dr. Bruce Robeson from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute first captured live footage of this creature in 2004, though the species had puzzled scientists since its discovery in 1939. For decades, every specimen brought to the surface arrived damaged, its delicate transparent head destroyed by the violent pressure changes of ascent. Early researchers could only guess at the creature's true anatomy, working with fragments of what had once been a living window to the abyss. The barrel eye inhabits the twilight zone of the ocean, that liminal space between 2,000 and 2,600 feet down, where the last traces of sunlight fade into perpetual darkness. Here, in this realm of eternal dusk, the physics of survival operate by different rules. Light becomes currency, and the ability to detect the faintest photon can mean the difference between feeding and starving. Those rotating eyes serve a purpose that speaks to the calculated brutality of deep-sea existence. The barrel eye positions itself motionless in the water column, head tilted upward, watching for the silhouettes of prey against the faint luminescence filtering down from above. When a suitable target passes overhead, the fish rotates its entire body to give chase, its eyes swiveling forward to track the quarry during pursuit. But the creature's transparent head serves another function that researchers are only beginning to understand. The dome appears to protect the eyes from the stinging cells of siphonophores, jellyfish-like creatures that the barrel eye may actually steal food from. These colonial organisms trail venomous tentacles through the water column, creating deadly nets that capture small fish and crustaceans. The barrel eye, protected by its transparent shield, may swim directly through these toxic barriers to pluck captured prey from the siphonophore's grasp. The implications of this behavior ripple through our understanding of deep-sea ecosystems. If the barrel eye is indeed a specialized thief, evolved specifically to rob other predators of their catches, it represents a level of evolutionary sophistication that challenges assumptions about the simplicity of deep-sea life. The transparent head isn't just a curiosity, it's a sophisticated piece of biological equipment designed for high-stakes larceny in the abyss. The mechanics of the creature's vision system reveal layers of complexity that continue to baffle researchers. The tubular eyes contain multiple light-gathering surfaces, each optimized for different wavelengths of bioluminescence. In the deep ocean, creatures communicate, hunt, and defend themselves through carefully orchestrated displays of living light. The barrel eye's visual system appears designed to decode these luminous conversations, to read the secret language of the abyss. Recent studies using high-definition cameras have revealed that the barrel eye's transparent head contains structures that seem to serve no obvious purpose. Thread-like filaments drift within the fluid-filled dome, responding to water currents in ways that suggest they might be sensing pressure changes or chemical gradients. Some researchers speculate these could be primitive lateral line organs, evolutionary throwbacks to ancient sensory systems that we're only now beginning to recognize. The creature's mouth, proportionally small compared to its elaborate visual apparatus, raises questions about its feeding strategy. Unlike many deep-sea predators that sport oversized jaws capable of swallowing prey larger than themselves, the barrel eye appears specialized for precision feeding. Its diet consists primarily of small jellyfish and the occasional copod, prey that requires careful selection rather than indiscriminate consumption. Temperature readings from the barrel eye's habitat reveal another layer of mystery. The creature thrives in water so cold that cellular processes should theoretically slow to a crawl. Yet the barrel eye's eyes track prey with remarkable speed and precision, suggesting metabolic adaptations that allow it to maintain neural function in conditions that would disable most vertebrates. The reproductive habits of the barrel eye remain almost entirely unknown. No juvenile specimens have ever been observed, and the locations of their spawning grounds remain a mystery. Some researchers theorize that the young might develop in even deeper waters, descending to abyssal depths where human observation remains technologically challenging. Others suggest that barrel eye reproduction might be tied to specific oceanographic events, gatherings that occur beyond the reach of our current monitoring systems. The barrel eye's distribution patterns offer tantalizing clues about the connectivity of deep-sea ecosystems. Specimens have been recovered from waters separated by thousands of miles, suggesting either remarkable dispersal abilities or the existence of deep-sea currents that facilitate long-distance migration. The creature's presence in specific locations often correlates with upwelling zones where nutrients from the deep ocean reach the surface, creating cascading effects that enhance productivity throughout the water column. As research technology advances, the barrel eye fish continues to reveal new mysteries. Each observation session yields fresh questions about the nature of deep-sea intelligence, the evolution of sensory systems, and the complex relationships that bind together the ocean's most remote ecosystems. The creature's transparent head, once thought to be merely a biological curiosity, now appears to be a sophisticated instrument for navigating a world we're only beginning to understand. In the crushing darkness of the twilight zone, the barrel eye fish hovers like a living question mark, its green eyes scanning upward through their transparent dome, searching for answers in the endless night above. Vampire squid from hell. When marine biologist Carl Chun hauled his deep-sea net to the surface in 1903, he encountered something that seemed to mock every classification system known to science. The creature writhing in his mesh bore 10 arms like a squid, yet possessed a web of skin that pulsed with otherworldly light. Its scientific name, Vampiroteutis infernalis, translates directly to vampire squid from hell, a designation that speaks to both its alien appearance and the profound unease it inspired in those first researchers who dared to study it. Yet this creature, dwelling in the oxygen minimum zones between 2,000 and 3,000 feet below the surface, represents something far stranger than its demonic moniker suggests. After more than a century of study, taxonomists still struggle to place it within the established order of cephalopods. The vampire squid exists in a category entirely its own, neither squid nor octopus, but something that evolution crafted in the crushing darkness of the deep ocean's most inhospitable layers. The first thing that strikes observers about vampire Theudis is its webbed arms, 8 appendages connected by a cloak of skin that can be turned inside out at will. When threatened, the creature performs what researchers call the pineapple posture, inverting its web to reveal rows of defensive spines that transform its appearance from graceful dancer to medieval war machine. This metamorphosis occurs in seconds, a survival mechanism that suggests predation pressures we can barely comprehend in the abyss. Dr. Henk-Jan Hoving, who has dedicated years to studying these creatures at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, describes encountering them through remotely operated vehicles as watching ghosts materialize from the void. The vampire squid's bioluminescent photophores, specialized light-producing organs, create displays that seem to follow no earthly logic. Blue-white lights pulse along its arms and body in patterns that marine biologists have yet to decode fully. The creature's eyes, proportionally the largest of any animal on Earth relative to body size, suggest adaptations to an environment where the faintest glimmer of light carries survival information. These organs, each the size of a small dog's eye on a body no larger than a football, can detect bioluminescent signals from vast distances through the abyssal darkness. What messages these signals carry between vampire squid remains one of the deep ocean's most compelling mysteries. Perhaps most intriguingly, the vampire squid challenges our understanding of predation in the deep sea. Unlike its cephalopod relatives, Vampiroteuthis doesn't hunt living prey. Instead, it sustains itself on marine snow, the constant rain of organic debris that drifts down from the ocean's surface layers. Using specialized feeding tentacles that can extend to twice its body length, the creature captures particles of detritus with a delicacy that seems almost ceremonial. This feeding behavior, discovered only in the past 2 decades, revolutionized our understanding of deep-sea ecosystems. The vampire squid occupies a unique ecological niche as a detritivore in an environment where most creatures must hunt to survive. Its stomach contents reveal fragments of crustacean molts, fecal pellets, and microscopic plant matter, a diet that allows it to thrive in the oxygen-depleted zones where most predators cannot survive. The oxygen minimum zone itself presents conditions that would be fatal to most marine life. With oxygen levels less than 5% of surface concentrations, this layer of the ocean creates a natural barrier between the surface world and the true abyss. The vampire squid has evolved specialized gills and a copper-based blood chemistry that allows it to extract oxygen from water that would suffocate most other creatures. Recent research has revealed even more unsettling adaptations. The vampire squid's nervous system operates on an energy budget so efficient that it can remain motionless for hours, suspended in the water column like a living constellation. Its metabolic rate is among the lowest recorded for any cephalopod, allowing it to survive on the meager nutrition available in its detritus-based diet. The creature's reproductive cycle adds another layer of mystery. Females carry their eggs for what researchers estimate to be 400 days, the longest gestation period of any known cephalopod. During this time, the female becomes increasingly translucent, her body resources entirely devoted to developing the next generation. Males, smaller and short-lived, deposit sperm packets using a specialized arm before disappearing into the darkness. What troubles marine biologists most deeply is how little we understand about the vampire squid's role in deep-sea ecosystems. Despite living in one of Earth's most stable environments, these creatures show remarkable behavioral complexity. They've been observed creating bioluminescent burglar alarms, clouds of glowing particles ejected when threatened, that may serve to confuse predators or communicate with other vampire squid across vast distances. The species' evolutionary history suggests origins that predate most modern cephalopods by millions of years. Fossil evidence indicates that vampire squid-like creatures inhabited ancient seas when the ocean's chemistry was fundamentally different from today. Their survival through multiple mass extinction events speaks to an adaptability that scientists are only beginning to appreciate. Climate change now threatens the delicate balance of the oxygen minimum zones where vampire squid thrive. As ocean temperatures rise and currents shift, these already marginal environments face unprecedented disruption. The vampire squid, perfectly adapted to conditions that have remained stable for millennia, may serve as an early warning system for changes occurring in the deep ocean's most vulnerable ecosystems. Each encounter with Vampiroteuthis infernalis through deep-sea research vessels reveals new questions about life in Earth's final frontier. These creatures, dwelling in eternal darkness at pressures that would crush surface life instantly, represent evolutionary solutions to survival challenges we've barely begun to understand. They remind us that even after a century of study, the vampire squid from hell continues to guard its secrets in the crushing depths where light has never penetrated. Transparent sea cucumber, enigma. 3 miles beneath the surface of the Pacific, Dr. Elena Vasquez watched her submersible's lights weep across something that defied every textbook she'd ever studied. The creature drifting past her viewport appeared to be made of living glass, a sea cucumber so transparent that she could see the ocean floor through its body. Yet somehow, impossibly, it was alive and moving with purpose. The transparent sea cucumber remains one of the deep ocean's most bewildering residents. Unlike their thick-skinned cousins that carpet shallow coral reefs, these ethereal beings have evolved a form of invisibility that borders on the supernatural. Their bodies, composed of tissue so clear it seems to bend light itself, challenge our understanding of how life can exist in the crushing darkness of the abyss. Dr. Vasquez's encounter in 2019 marked the first time anyone had observed these creatures feeding. Through her camera, she documented something extraordinary. The sea cucumber's transparent body suddenly filled with a cloud of sediment, creating a ghostly silhouette against the black water. Within minutes, the sediment had vanished, filtered through organs visible like shadows within its crystalline form. The evolution of transparency in deep-sea creatures follows patterns that marine biologists are only beginning to understand. Most transparent animals live in the ocean's twilight zone, where faint sunlight still penetrates and camouflage serves as protection from predators. But these sea cucumbers inhabit depths where sunlight has never reached, where the concept of hiding in plain sight should be meaningless. Dr. Michael Chen, a marine biologist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, has spent the last decade studying these enigmatic creatures. His research reveals that their transparency isn't just skin deep, their entire internal structure has been reimagined by evolution. The organs that process food, the muscles that contract to move them across the seafloor, even their reproductive systems exist in a state of near invisibility. The feeding behavior of transparent sea cucumbers defies conventional understanding. Most deep-sea creatures have adapted to survive on the sparse marine snow that drifts down from above, a constant drizzle of organic debris that serves as the foundation of abyssal food webs. But these creatures seem to process sediment itself, extracting nutrients from sources that other animals cannot access. When Dr. Chen analyzed sediment samples from areas where transparent sea cucumbers had been feeding, he discovered something troubling. The processed material they left behind contained trace elements that hadn't been present in the original sediment. The creatures weren't just filtering nutrients, they were somehow altering the chemical composition of the seafloor itself. The implications troubled the research team. If these animals were concentrating heavy metals or other compounds from the sediment, they might be creating localized contamination zones on the ocean floor. Alternatively, they might be performing some unknown form of environmental processing that benefits the entire deep-sea ecosystem. Laboratory analysis of tissue samples revealed another mystery. The transparent sea cucumber's cellular structure contains proteins that shouldn't exist at abyssal depths. These proteins, similar to those found in surface-dwelling jellyfish, require specific chemical conditions to maintain their clarity. The crushing pressure and near-freezing temperatures of the deep ocean should denature these proteins instantly. Dr. Sarah Liu, a biochemist working with Chen's team, discovered that the creatures produce a previously unknown enzyme that somehow stabilizes these delicate proteins. The enzyme works by creating molecular bonds that become stronger under pressure, a biological adaptation that contradicts fundamental principles of chemistry. The reproductive cycle of transparent sea cucumbers presents yet another enigma. Most deep-sea creatures reproduce rarely, conserving energy in an environment where food is scarce. But these animals appear to reproduce continuously, releasing streams of transparent larvae that drift through the water column like living snowflakes. Dr. Liu's tracking studies revealed that these larvae don't follow typical development patterns. Instead of growing gradually larger, they seem to maintain their size while becoming increasingly transparent. Some larvae observed over months of study appeared to be dissolving rather than developing, their already clear bodies becoming completely invisible to cameras. The discovery of transparent sea cucumber colonies has raised questions about deep-sea biodiversity that researchers are struggling to answer. If creatures can achieve near-complete invisibility, how many other species might be living undetected in the abyss? Traditional methods of marine survey rely on visual identification. If animals can evolve beyond the reach of human observation, recent sonar mapping of the deep Pacific has detected what researchers term biological anomalies, areas where the expected density of life signatures doesn't match visual observations. These zones correspond almost perfectly with locations where transparent sea cucumbers have been documented. The creatures may be just the visible representatives of entire invisible ecosystems. The environmental implications extend beyond marine biology. As deep-sea mining operations expand into previously unexplored regions, the destruction of transparent sea cucumber habitats could eliminate species before science has even confirmed their existence. The sediment processing these creatures perform might be critical to maintaining the chemical balance of the ocean floor. Dr. Vasquez's most recent expedition documented transparent sea cucumbers exhibiting behavior that challenges basic assumptions about deep-sea life. The creatures appeared to be communicating through bioluminescent signals, brief flashes of light that passed through their transparent bodies like messages in bottles. The patterns suggested coordination between individuals separated by hundreds of meters of water. The signals followed no known pattern of marine communication. Unlike the mating displays of other deep-sea creatures, these flashes occurred at regular intervals, regardless of season or reproductive state. The research team recorded over 200 hours of these light patterns, hoping to decode their meaning. Analysis of the signals revealed something unprecedented. The timing and intensity of the flashes corresponded to seismic activity on the ocean floor. The transparent sea cucumbers weren't just communicating with each other, they were responding to geological events, their transparent bodies serving as living sensors for changes in their environment. The transparent sea cucumber drifts through the darkness, a creature that exists at the very edge of visibility, processing the ocean floor while remaining nearly invisible to science. In the crushing depths where it makes its home, transparency becomes not just camouflage, but a window into biological possibilities we're only beginning to understand. The hypnotic movement of ctenophores. When marine biologists first captured footage of ctenophores in the 1970s, they thought their equipment was malfunctioning. The creatures seemed to pulse with colors that shouldn't exist at depths where sunlight never reaches. Yet there they were, moving through the water like living prisms, their bodies generating rainbows in the eternal darkness. These aren't jellyfish, though they're often mistaken for them. Ctenophores belong to their own ancient lineage, one that may predate nearly every other complex life form on Earth. They drift through our oceans with a grace that seems almost choreographed, their transparent bodies catching and refracting whatever light they encounter. But it's their movement that truly captivates, 8 rows of cilia beating in perfect synchronization, creating waves of color that ripple across their bell-shaped forms. Dr. Marina Volkov spent 3 years studying ctenophore locomotion off the coast of Monterey Bay. Her research revealed something remarkable. These creatures don't just move through water, they seem to dance with it. The cilia beat in patterns that create minimal turbulence, allowing ctenophores to glide through their environment with an efficiency that modern submarines can't match. Each stroke of their combs generates a shimmer of iridescent light, as if the ocean itself is breathing color. What makes this even more extraordinary is that ctenophores lack a centralized nervous system. No brain coordinates their movements. No neural network orchestrates their synchronized swimming. Instead, they rely on a simple nerve net that somehow produces behaviors of stunning complexity. When disturbed, they can contract their entire body in milliseconds. When hunting, they extend feeding tentacles with perfect timing. When threatened, they pulse with bursts of bioluminescence that can be seen from hundreds of meters away. The physics of their movement continues to puzzle researchers. Unlike jellyfish, which rely on jet propulsion, ctenophores use their cilia to literally grab onto water molecules and pull themselves forward. High-speed photography reveals that each comb row beats in a wave-like pattern, creating a rolling motion that propels them through the water column. The effect is mesmerizing, thousands of tiny hairs working in perfect harmony, generating enough force to move creatures that can grow larger than dinner plates. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of ctenophore movement is its relationship to light. The beating cilia act as biological fiber optics, channeling and redirecting photons in ways that create their characteristic rainbow displays. This isn't bioluminescence, it's something far more subtle. They're manipulating existing light, bending it, shaping it into patterns that seem to shift and flow with their movements. In the deep ocean, where every photon is precious, this ability suggests purposes we're only beginning to understand. Recent genetic studies have revealed that ctenophores may represent the oldest branch of animal life, predating even sponges by millions of years. This means their hypnotic movement patterns have been perfected over geological timescales, refined through countless generations into something approaching mechanical perfection. They've been dancing through Earth's oceans since before complex ecosystems existed, their movements unchanged by mass extinctions and climate shifts. The deeper we look, the more questions emerge. Some species of ctenophores can completely regenerate their entire body from tiny fragments. Others have been observed moving in coordinated groups, their individual dances somehow synchronizing across vast distances. In the Arctic waters near Svalbard, researchers have documented ctenophore swarms that stretch for kilometers, their combined movements creating light displays visible from research vessels on the surface. Their feeding behavior adds another layer of mystery. When hunting, certain species extend two long tentacles lined with specialized cells called colloblasts. These sticky traps capture prey with remarkable efficiency, but it's the way they retract that defies explanation. The tentacles don't simply pull back, they spiral inward in complex helical patterns, creating whirlpools that draw prey directly into the ctenophore's mouth. The entire process happens so quickly that early researchers missed it entirely, assuming the creatures were passive filter feeders. Temperature seems to influence their movement patterns in ways that challenge our understanding of marine biology. In warmer water, ctenophores beat their cilia faster, but not in the linear relationship you might expect. Instead, there are threshold temperatures where their movements suddenly shift into entirely different patterns, as if they possess multiple gears for different environmental conditions. During these transitions, their rainbow displays intensify, suggesting that temperature changes trigger complex physiological responses. The acoustic properties of their movement have only recently been studied. Underwater hydrophones reveal that ctenophores produce subtle sound signatures as they swim, frequencies so low that other marine life might use them for navigation or communication. Some researchers speculate that these creatures are essentially living sonar beacons, their movements creating acoustic landmarks in the featureless deep ocean. What's particularly fascinating is how ctenophores respond to artificial light. When illuminated by research submersibles, they often alter their swimming patterns, sometimes approaching the light source with what appears to be curiosity. Their movements become more erratic, their color displays more intense. It's as if they're trying to communicate with the strange glowing visitors from the surface world. The implications extend far beyond marine biology. Engineers studying ctenophore movement have developed new theories about fluid dynamics and propulsion. Their efficient swimming style has inspired designs for underwater vehicles, while their light manipulation abilities may lead to advances in optical technologies. Nature has spent millions of years perfecting their dance through the darkness, and we're only now beginning to appreciate the sophistication of their solutions. As our exploration of the deep ocean continues, ctenophores remain among its most graceful ambassadors. They drift through the water column with an elegance that seems almost supernatural, their movements creating temporary constellations of light in the endless dark. Each pulse of their cilia writes poetry in the water. Each color shift tells a story we're still learning to read. In the deepest trenches and the most remote ocean basins, they continue their ancient dance, unchanged and unchanging, a reminder that beauty and mystery often move together through the spaces we have yet to fully explore. the enigmatic snailfish. When marine biologist Dr. Alan Jamieson pulled up his deep-sea camera from the Mariana Trench in 2014, he expected to find barren sediment and crushing darkness. Instead, the footage revealed something that shouldn't exist: a delicate, almost translucent fish swimming gracefully at depths that should have pulverized any vertebrate life. The snailfish, as it came to be known, was operating under biological rules that science had yet to write, 26,000 feet below the surface, where the pressure exceeds what most submarines can withstand. These ethereal creatures drift through their alien world with an ease that defies everything we understand about survival. They exist in a realm where a single breath of surface air would be compressed to the size of a grain of sand. Yet they move with the fluid grace of beings born to this impossible environment. The first taxonomically documented snailfish specimens emerged from the Puerto Rico Trench in 2008. But even now, 15 years later, we've barely scratched the surface of their mysteries. Each expedition brings back footage of new species, new behaviors, new impossibilities. Dr. Mackenzie Gehringer, who has spent the better part of a decade studying these creatures, describes them as living contradictions, soft-bodied fish thriving where solid steel would crumble. What makes their existence even more remarkable is their evolutionary journey. Snailfish belong to the family Leparidae, a group that includes species living in relatively shallow Arctic waters. Somehow, over millions of years, certain lineages descended into the abyss, adapting to pressures that increase exponentially with every meter of depth. The transformation required wasn't just physical, it was molecular. Their bodies tell the story of this descent. Gone are the swim bladders that help most fish control their buoyancy. Such air-filled organs would collapse instantly at these depths. Instead, snailfish have developed a form of neutral buoyancy through specialized tissue composition. Their flesh contains unique proteins that remain stable under extreme pressure, while their bones have become partly cartilaginous, flexible enough to compress without breaking. The Mariana snailfish, currently holding the record for the deepest living fish ever recorded, operates in an environment where water temperature hovers just above freezing and sunlight has never penetrated. At depths approaching 27,000 feet, these creatures navigate by senses we're only beginning to understand. Their lateral line system, which detects water movement and pressure changes, has evolved into something far more sophisticated than what we see in surface fish. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of snailfish biology lies in their reproduction. In the crushing depths of oceanic trenches, where finding a mate might seem impossible, these fish have developed reproductive strategies that remain largely mysterious. Some species appear to be sequential hermaphrodites, changing sex based on environmental conditions. Others show evidence of extended parental care, unusual for deep-sea fish, where energy conservation typically takes precedence over nurturing behavior. The Hadal Zone, that deepest layer of ocean trenches where snailfish thrive, represents Earth's final frontier. More humans have walked on the moon than have witnessed these depths firsthand. The pressure at these levels reaches over 1,100 times that at sea level, creating an environment more hostile than the surface of Mars. Yet snailfish populations appear to be thriving, forming complex food webs around hydrothermal vents and organic matter that drifts down from the surface world. Dr. Jamieson's team has documented at least 5 distinct species of snailfish from the Mariana Trench alone, each adapted to specific depth ranges and microenvironments. The deeper specimens show increasingly specialized adaptations, enlarged pectoral fins that may serve as stabilizers in the high-pressure environment, modified digestive systems capable of processing the limited organic matter available at such depths, and sensory organs that detect chemical gradients invisible to surface-dwelling life. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that these deep-dwelling snailfish are evolving at rates that challenge our understanding of evolutionary timescales. Isolated populations in different trenches show distinct genetic signatures, suggesting that each deep-sea environment is creating its own evolutionary laboratory. The Japan trench snailfish differ significantly from their Mariana cousins. Despite living in seemingly identical conditions, the feeding behavior of snailfish provides another window into their enigmatic existence. Stomach content analysis reveals a diet consisting primarily of amphipods, small crustaceans that somehow also thrive in these extreme conditions. But the hunting strategies employed by snailfish remain largely theoretical. In the absolute darkness of the deep trenches, they must rely on vibration, chemical cues, and perhaps bioelectric fields to locate prey. Temperature regulation in snailfish presents yet another biological puzzle. While the deep ocean maintains relatively stable temperatures, the proximity to hydrothermal vents creates thermal gradients that would be lethal to most organisms. Some snailfish species appear to migrate vertically within the trench system, following temperature zones that remain within their tolerance range. The discovery of juvenile snailfish in the deepest trenches suggests that these creatures complete their entire life cycle in the huddle zone, never venturing into the relatively shallow waters above. This isolation has created evolutionary pressure cookers, where species adaptation occurs in geological fast-forward. Each trench system may harbor snailfish species found nowhere else on Earth. As we continue to explore these deepest reaches of our planet, snailfish serve as both guides and mysteries. They prove that life can flourish in conditions we once thought impossible, while simultaneously challenging every assumption we've made about the limits of biological adaptation. Each new species discovered raises more questions than it answers, creating a cascade of biological puzzles that may take decades to solve. The snailfish swimming in Earth's deepest trenches represent more than evolutionary curiosities. They are living proof that our planet still harbors secrets, still holds mysteries that challenge the boundaries of what we thought we knew about life itself. In their ghostly forms, moving through the crushing darkness of the Hadal zone, they embody the endless capacity of life to surprise, adapt, and endure in ways that continue to humble human understanding. The Yeti crab's secret. In 2005, marine biologist Mikhail Segonzak descended 7,200 feet into the Pacific Ocean aboard the research submersible Alvin. What he discovered scuttling across a hydrothermal vent on the seafloor would challenge everything scientists thought they knew about life in Earth's most extreme environments. A pale, ghostly crustacean, no larger than a human palm, covered in what appeared to be dense white fur. They called it Kiwa hirsuta, the Yeti crab. The first specimens defied classification. These creatures possessed limbs so densely covered in hair-like filaments that they resembled the arms of some mythical snow beast. Yet here they were, thriving in conditions that would kill most life on Earth within seconds. Temperatures fluctuating between near-freezing seawater and scalding hydrothermal discharge, crushing pressure equivalent to having a freight train balanced on every square inch of their bodies. And perhaps most remarkably, total darkness broken only by the faintest chemical glow of superheated minerals. When Segonzak's team brought the first specimens to the surface, they discovered something that made no evolutionary sense. The Yeti crab's furry appendages weren't just for show. Under microscopic examination, those hair-like structures teemed with bacteria, millions upon millions of microscopic organisms, each one perfectly adapted to process the toxic chemicals spewing from the vents. The crab wasn't just surviving in this hellish environment, it was farming it. Dr. Andrew Thurber from Oregon State University spent 3 years studying tissue samples from these creatures. His findings revealed a biological partnership so intricate, it seemed almost designed. The bacteria living on the crab's arms consume hydrogen sulfide, methane, and other chemicals that would be lethal to most life forms. In return, they provide the crab with essential nutrients. It's a relationship so specific, so finely tuned, that neither organism can survive without the other. But the mystery deepened when researchers began mapping the Yeti crab's behavior. Unlike other deep-sea crustaceans that scavenge across vast areas of the ocean floor, these creatures rarely venture more than a few feet from their hydrothermal vents. They position themselves with surgical precision, always maintaining the perfect distance from the scalding water. Too close, and they cook. Too far, and their bacterial partners begin to die, taking the crab's food source with them. The precision of their positioning raised questions that marine biologists are still trying to answer. How do these creatures, living in perpetual darkness, navigate the complex thermal gradients around each vent? They possess no eyes, no obvious sensory organs capable of detecting the subtle temperature variations that mean the difference between life and death. Yet they move with the confidence of an organism that can sense its environment in ways we don't yet understand. In 2011, researchers made another discovery that complicated the picture further. Video footage from deep-sea cameras revealed Yeti crabs engaged in what appeared to be cooperative behavior. Small groups would cluster together, their furry arms extended toward the thermal vents in synchronized motions. They seemed to be waving their bacterial gardens through the chemical-rich water, optimizing the feeding conditions for their microscopic partners. The implications were staggering. This wasn't just individual survival. It was collective farming, thousands of feet below the surface of the ocean. These creatures had developed a form of agriculture in one of the most hostile environments on Earth, using bacteria instead of plants and chemical energy instead of sunlight. Dr. Sven Thatcher from the University of Southampton published research suggesting that Yeti crabs might be evolutionary relics, descendants of ancient crustaceans that adapted to hydrothermal vents millions of years ago. His analysis of their genetic material revealed DNA sequences unlike anything found in shallow water crabs. They represent what he called a completely separate evolutionary experiment, one that succeeded in conditions where conventional life would fail. The more researchers studied these creatures, the more they realized how little they understood about life in the deep ocean. The Yeti crab's bacterial partners represent entirely new species, organisms that exist nowhere else on Earth. Some produce complex chemical compounds that show promise for medical applications. Others seem to process metals and minerals in ways that could revolutionize industrial processes. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Yeti crab's survival strategy might offer insights into how life could exist on other worlds. The moons of Jupiter and Saturn are thought to harbor subsurface oceans heated by geological activity. The partnership between Yeti crabs and chemosynthetic bacteria provides a blueprint for how complex life might emerge in environments completely disconnected from solar energy. Yet for all our scientific advances, fundamental questions about the Yeti crab remain unanswered. How do they reproduce in such extreme conditions? How do young crabs acquire their bacterial partners? What happens when hydrothermal vents shut down, as they inevitably do when geological conditions change? Recent expeditions have discovered new species of Yeti crabs around vents in the Indian Ocean and along the mid-Atlantic ridge. Each population has evolved slightly different relationships with their bacterial partners, suggesting that this remarkable survival strategy is still evolving, still adapting to the unique conditions of each deep-sea thermal oasis. The Yeti crab forces us to reconsider what we think we know about life itself. In the deepest, darkest corners of our planet, where no sunlight has ever penetrated, these creatures have built thriving communities based on partnerships with organisms so small they existed only in theory until recently. They've turned poison into sustenance, darkness into opportunity, and the most extreme environment on Earth into home. Their secret lies not in conquering their environment, but in embracing it completely. Where other organisms would struggle against the crushing pressure and toxic chemistry of the deep ocean, the Yeti crab has learned to dance with these forces, turning them into the very foundation of survival. The ethereal comb jelly, deep beneath the surface, where sunlight has never touched. Marine biologists encountered something that challenged their understanding of what constitutes complex life. These creatures possess no brain, no blood, no centralized nervous system, yet they coordinate movements with a precision that would make a synchronized swimming team envious. The comb jelly drifts through our oceans like a living constellation, its body pulsing with rainbow light that seems to bend the very laws of physics. Dr. Rebecca Helm spent 3 years studying these ethereal beings off the coast of Woods Hole, and what she discovered contradicts everything we thought we knew about simple organisms. They're operating on principles we don't fully understand, she wrote in her 2019 research notes. No creature this architecturally basic should be capable of such sophisticated behavior. The comb jelly belongs to the phylum Catenophora, a name derived from the Greek words for comb and bearer. 8 rows of comb-like structures called catins run along their translucent bodies, each one beating in perfect synchronization to propel them through the water. When light hits these combs, it fractures into prismatic waves that cascade along their surface, creating what researchers describe as nature's most elegant light show. But here's where things become genuinely mysterious. These creatures can regenerate their entire body from just a fragment. Cut a comb jelly in half, and within weeks you'll have two complete organisms. Remove a section of tissue, and the remaining structure will rebuild itself with mathematical precision. Dr. Leonid Moros from the University of Florida has spent decades trying to understand this process, and his findings suggest something remarkable about the nature of biological organization itself. Their regenerative capacity exceeds anything we see in the animal kingdom, Moros explained during a 2020 conference. They're essentially immortal through fragmentation. But the real mystery is how they coordinate this rebuilding without any centralized control system. The Menomiopsis lidii, commonly known as the warty comb jelly, measures roughly 4 inches in length and resembles a translucent walnut drifting through the water. Its body consists of 95% water, yet it maintains structural integrity that allows it to survive pressure changes that would crush most marine life. When threatened, it can reverse its digestive process, essentially vomiting its stomach contents to create a distraction while it escapes. This defensive mechanism was first documented in 1987 by Dr. Marsh Youngbluth during deep-sea observations near Bermuda. He watched as a comb jelly, when approached by a predator, suddenly expelled a cloud of bioluminescent particles, while simultaneously flattening its body to nearly half its original size. The predator, confused by the light display, lost track of its target. It was like watching a magician perform a disappearing act, Youngbluth noted in his dive log. One moment, there was this clearly defined organism. The next, it had essentially become invisible. The rainbow light patterns that make comb jellies so mesmerizing aren't actually bioluminescence at all. They're the result of structural coloration. As the comb plates beat, they create interference patterns in the light spectrum, producing colors that shift and change with each movement. This phenomenon, known as iridescence, occurs when light waves interact with the microscopic structure of the comb plates themselves. Dr. Sunke Johnson from Duke University has spent years studying how these creatures manipulate light. His research reveals that comb jellies can control their visibility by adjusting the beating frequency of their combs. Faster beats create more intense color displays, while slower movements can render them nearly invisible against the deep ocean backdrop. They're essentially living prisms, Johnson explained during a 2021 interview. But unlike a static prism, they can actively modulate how light passes through their bodies. It's a form of dynamic camouflage we're only beginning to understand. The feeding behavior of comb jellies presents another puzzle. Despite lacking a brain, they demonstrate hunting strategies that suggest complex decision-making processes. The Pleurobrachia pylos, or sea gooseberry, deploys 2 long tentacles equipped with specialized cells called colloblasts. These cells produce a sticky substance that can instantly immobilize prey, but the jelly must calculate the exact moment to release these tentacles based on water currents, prey movement, and its own positioning. Marine biologist Dr. Jack Costello documented this behavior during night dives in Norwegian fjords. He observed comb jellies adjusting their hunting patterns based on environmental conditions, switching between active pursuit and ambush tactics depending on prey availability. They're making calculated decisions without a central processor, Costello wrote in his field notes. It's as if each cell in their body contains some form of distributed intelligence. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that comb jellies may represent the oldest lineage of multicellular animals on Earth, potentially predating sponges by millions of years. Dr. Joseph Ryan's team at the University of Florida sequenced the genome of Menomiopsis lidii and discovered that these creatures developed their nervous system independently from all other animals. This finding suggests that complex behavior evolved not once, but multiple times in Earth's history. The comb jelly's decentralized neural network operates on principles entirely different from our vertebrate understanding of consciousness and coordination. They're not just alien in appearance, Ryan noted. They're alien in their fundamental approach to existence. As our deep-sea exploration technology advances, we continue discovering new species of comb jellies in the most unexpected places. The 2019 expedition to the Mariana Trench revealed comb jellies thriving at depths where the pressure exceeds 1,000 times that of sea level. These organisms, adapted to perpetual darkness and crushing pressure, maintain the same delicate, translucent structure as their shallow water cousins. The deep ocean still holds countless mysteries, and among them, the comb jelly continues to drift, a living reminder that consciousness, beauty, and complexity can emerge from the simplest foundations. In the endless darkness below, these ethereal beings pulse with ancient light, carrying secrets that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about life itself. The ghostly sea angel. 3 marine biologists working independently in different ocean basins have all reported the same impossible sighting, creatures that seem to defy the basic laws of underwater movement. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered them during a midnight dive off the Aleutian Islands. Her submersible's light swept across what she initially mistook for jellyfish, but these beings moved with an otherworldly grace that jellyfish simply cannot achieve. They weren't pulsing through the water, they were flying through it. The sea angel, Cleone limacina, represents one of nature's most profound contradictions. These translucent mollusks have abandoned everything we associate with their shell-bearing relatives. No protective casing, no heavy foot for crawling along the seafloor. Instead, they've evolved into something that seems more spirit than substance, more dream than reality. When you observe them in their natural habitat, thousands of feet below the surface, they appear to be swimming through liquid space itself. Dr. Vasquez's footage from that December night reveals creatures barely larger than a human thumb, their bodies so transparent that the submersible's lights pass through them like moonbeams through mist. But it's their movement that captivates researchers worldwide. 2 delicate wing-like appendages, parapodia, beat in perfect synchronization, propelling them through the crushing darkness with an efficiency that defies conventional understanding of aquatic locomotion. Marine biologist Dr. James Crawford has spent the better part of 15 years studying these ethereal beings. His research station in the North Atlantic has become an unlikely epicenter for sea angel observation. Crawford describes their movement as fundamentally different from anything else in the ocean. While fish undulate their entire bodies and jellyfish contract their bells, sea angels achieve flight-like motion through precise wing beats that would seem more appropriate in air than in water. The physics should be impossible. Water is 800 times denser than air, yet these creatures have evolved a form of locomotion that mirrors aerial flight rather than aquatic swimming. Their parapodia generate lift and thrust through complex figure-8 patterns that researchers are only beginning to understand. High-speed cameras reveal wing beats occurring at frequencies that create vortex rings, circular currents that provide both propulsion and stability in ways that challenge our understanding of fluid dynamics. But the mystery deepens when you consider their hunting behavior. Sea angels are not the peaceful grazers their name might suggest. They are specialist predators, evolved to hunt one specific prey: sea butterflies, their shelled gastropod cousins. The hunting sequence appears almost ritualistic in its precision. The sea angel approaches its prey with deliberate slowness, extends 6 hook-like tentacles from its head, and then envelops the sea butterfly in what can only be described as a deadly embrace. Dr. Sarah Chen, working from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, has documented over 200 hunting sequences. Each follows an identical pattern that speaks to millions of years of evolutionary refinement. The sea angel's pharynx, its feeding apparatus, extends outward like a surgical instrument, extracting the sea butterfly from its shell with mechanical precision. The entire process takes less than 30 seconds, yet it represents one of the most specialized predator-prey relationships in the ocean. What troubles researchers is the apparent intelligence behind these actions. Sea angels demonstrate problem-solving abilities that seem disproportionate to their simple nervous systems. They've been observed adjusting their hunting techniques based on shell types, modifying their approach for different sea butterfly species, and even working cooperatively when prey is abundant. These behaviors suggest cognitive capabilities that shouldn't exist in creatures with such primitive neural architecture. The reproductive cycle of sea angels adds another layer to their enigmatic nature. They are simultaneous hermaphrodites, possessing both male and female reproductive organs, yet they still require a partner for reproduction. The mating process involves an elaborate dance where 2 individuals spiral around each other in perfect synchronization, their transparent bodies creating helical patterns that oceanographers describe as hauntingly beautiful. Dr. Crawford's team has recorded mating sequences that last for hours, with pairs maintaining their aerial ballet even as ocean currents attempt to separate them. The male organs of each individual transfer sperm packets to the female organs of their partner, creating a reproductive exchange that ensures genetic diversity while maintaining the species' specialized adaptations. Perhaps most intriguingly, sea angels exhibit seasonal migration patterns that span thousands of miles. Tracking studies reveal that these seemingly fragile creatures undertake journeys that would challenge the navigation systems of marine mammals. They follow thermal layers, riding deep ocean currents with a precision that suggests an understanding of oceanographic conditions far beyond their apparent sensory capabilities. In the Arctic waters where sea angels reach their highest concentrations, Inuit communities have known of these creatures for generations. Traditional stories speak of ice spirits that dance beneath the frozen surface, descriptions that align remarkably well with modern scientific observations. These cultural connections suggest that sea angels may have played a role in shaping human understanding of the ocean's mysteries long before marine biology existed as a formal discipline. The physiological adaptations of sea angels continue to puzzle researchers. Their bodies contain specialized cells that can produce light, yet they rarely use this bioluminescent capability. The purpose of this hidden illumination remains unknown. Some theories suggest it may be used for communication during mating, while others propose it serves as a defense mechanism against predators. The truth remains elusive, hidden in the depths where sea angels conduct their ghostly existence. As ocean temperatures rise and currents shift, sea angel populations face unprecedented challenges. Their specialized diet makes them particularly vulnerable to ecosystem changes. The sea butterflies they depend upon are already showing signs of stress from ocean acidification, which weakens their shells and disrupts their life cycles. The fate of these ethereal predators may serve as an early warning system for the health of deep ocean ecosystems. The sea angel reminds us that the ocean's depths harbor forms of life that operate by rules we're only beginning to comprehend. These translucent spirits of the deep continue their ancient dance, wings beating in perfect rhythm, carrying secrets that time and pressure have preserved in the darkness below. The shadowy cusk eel. There exists a fish that science has cataloged but never truly understood, a creature so adept at concealment that researchers have spent decades trying to capture clear footage of its daily existence. The cusk eel slips through the scientific record like water through fingers, documented in taxonomic journals, yet somehow remaining fundamentally unknowable. In the crushing depths where sunlight becomes nothing more than a distant memory, where the pressure would instantly collapse human lungs, these elongated shadows move with deliberate precision through landscapes of perpetual midnight. They inhabit a world where the ocean floor stretches endlessly, carpeted in the accumulated snow of countless generations of marine life that have drifted down from the surface world above. Dr. Marina Reeves first encountered a cusk eel during a deep-sea expedition off the coast of Chile in 2019. She describes the moment with the careful precision of someone who has learned to trust only what can be measured and verified. Yet her voice carries an undertone of something approaching reverence. The creature appeared at the edge of their submersible's lights, a pale, serpentine form that seemed to materialize from the sediment itself. For 43 seconds, it hovered motionless, as if considering these strange visitors from the surface world. Then, with movements so fluid they seemed almost liquid, it vanished back into the darkness. What makes the cusk eel particularly enigmatic is its relationship with invisibility. These fish have evolved to become masters of disappearance, their bodies perfectly adapted to blend with the ocean floor's mottled landscape. Their skin bears patterns that shift and change with their surroundings, a living camouflage that renders them nearly impossible to detect, even when they're moving directly through a camera's field of view. Multiple research teams have reported the unsettling experience of reviewing footage only to discover that creatures they never noticed during filming had been present throughout entire sequences. The cusk eel's habitat preferences reveal something profound about adaptation to extreme environments. They choose regions where the ocean floor consists of fine sediment and organic debris, areas that other fish might avoid due to the low oxygen levels and sparse food sources. Yet these eels have developed physiological adaptations that allow them to thrive in conditions that would be lethal to most marine life. Their gills can extract oxygen from water that contains concentrations so low they barely register on standard measurement equipment. Perhaps most intriguingly, cusk eels display behaviors that suggest a form of intelligence that scientists are only beginning to recognize. They construct elaborate burrows in the seafloor sediment, not random excavations, but carefully engineered structures with multiple entry points and specialized chambers. These burrows serve as both shelter and hunting platforms, allowing the eels to remain hidden while monitoring their surroundings for potential prey or threats. The feeding habits of cusk eels represent another layer of mystery. Stomach content analysis has revealed dietary patterns that shouldn't be possible given their habitat. They consume organisms that live hundreds of meters higher in the water column, suggesting either vertical migration patterns that no one has documented or hunting strategies that defy current understanding of deep-sea predation. Some specimens have been found with prey items that were still alive in their stomachs, indicating feeding behaviors that might involve temporary immobilization rather than immediate consumption. Temperature plays a crucial role in cusk eel biology, but not in ways that marine biologists expected. While most deep-sea creatures are adapted to the consistent cold of the abyssal depths, cusk eels seem to seek out subtle temperature variations in their environment. They've been observed congregating around areas where deep-sea thermal vents create minute temperature differences, sometimes variations of less than half a degree Celsius. This thermal sensitivity suggests sensory capabilities that far exceed what their anatomy would indicate. The reproductive cycle of cusk eels remains largely unknown, despite decades of research. Females have been captured with developing eggs, but no one has ever documented spawning behavior or located juvenile specimens in their natural habitat. This absence of young cusk eels from the scientific record has led to speculation about complex life cycles that might involve developmental stages in entirely different ocean zones or environmental conditions. Communication among cusk eels appears to occur through methods that standard marine research equipment cannot easily detect. They lack the obvious sound-producing organs found in many deep-sea fish, yet behavioral observations suggest coordinated activities that would require some form of information exchange. Researchers have noted synchronized movements among individuals separated by significant distances, movements that cease immediately when artificial lights are introduced to the environment. The evolutionary history of cusk eels contains gaps that paleontologists find troubling. Fossil evidence suggests these creatures have remained virtually unchanged for millions of years, yet their current distribution patterns don't align with what geological history would predict. They appear in ocean trenches and deep-sea environments across the globe, often in regions that should have been isolated from each other for geological epochs. Modern research techniques have revealed that cusk eels possess physiological adaptations that challenge fundamental assumptions about life in extreme environments. Their blood contains compounds that shouldn't remain stable under the enormous pressure of the deep ocean, yet these fish show no signs of the cellular damage that such pressure should cause. Their nervous systems operate efficiently in conditions that would disrupt neural function in virtually any other vertebrate. Dr. Reeves continues her research, but she's learned to approach these creatures with a different mindset than she brought to her earlier marine studies. The cusk eel has taught her that the deep ocean contains forms of life that exist according to rules science hasn't yet discovered. In her most recent papers, she writes about the humbling experience of studying animals that seem to live in a reality adjacent to our own, creatures that share our planet, but operate according to biological principles that remain tantalizingly beyond our understanding. The cusk eel slides through the depths, unhurried and eternal, carrying secrets that the ocean has kept for millennia. In the silence of the abyss, it continues its ancient dance with darkness, a reminder that even in our age of technological advancement, mystery still thrives in the deepest places of our world. The deep-dwelling Dumbo octopus. When marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered one during a deep-sea expedition in 2019, she described watching it as witnessing a living dream drift past our viewport. 3,000 meters below the surface, suspended in perpetual darkness, something extraordinary was moving with an otherworldly grace that defied every assumption about survival in the abyss. The Dumbo octopus, named not by scientists in sterile laboratories, but by researchers who couldn't help but see something almost childlike in its movements. Those distinctive ear-like fins, rippling in slow motion as it navigates the crushing depths, earned it a moniker that seems almost too gentle for a creature living in one of Earth's most hostile environments. But gentleness, as it turns out, might be exactly what allows these remarkable beings to thrive where almost nothing else can. Unlike their shallow water cousins who jet through coral reefs with explosive bursts of speed, Dumbo octopuses have evolved something far more subtle. They hover, they glide, they move through the water column with a fluidity that seems to mock the very concept of resistance. At depths where the pressure would instantly crush human bone, they drift with the serene confidence of creatures perfectly adapted to their impossible world. Dr. Michael Vecchione, who has spent decades studying deep-sea cephalopods at the Smithsonian, once told me that watching Dumbo octopus footage never gets old. Every time I see one, he said, I'm reminded that we're looking at an animal that solved problems we're still trying to understand. The problems he's referring to aren't simple ones. How do you hunt in absolute darkness? How do you find a mate across vast empty spaces? How do you raise young in an environment where food is scarce and predators are patient? The Dumbo octopus has answers to all of these questions, though researchers are still working to decode them. Their hunting strategy, for instance, operates on principles that seem to contradict everything we know about predation. Most deep-sea hunters are either ambush specialists or energy-efficient stalkers. The Dumbo octopus does something different entirely. It practices what marine biologists call benthic grazing. Essentially, it browses the ocean floor like a cow in a meadow. If that meadow happened to be 3 miles underwater and populated by creatures that look like they escaped from fever dreams. But here's where it gets interesting. Recent submersible observations have revealed that Dumbo octopuses don't just wander randomly across the sea floor. They follow patterns, specific routes that suggest either inherited knowledge or real-time environmental reading that we don't fully comprehend yet. Dr. Sarah Collins, who analyzed tracking data from 17 different Dumbo octopus encounters, found that their movements consistently correlate with underwater current patterns that human instruments can barely detect. They're reading the ocean in ways we haven't figured out how to measure, she explained during a research conference in 2021. They know something about their environment that we're missing. This environmental awareness extends to their reproduction, which operates on timescales that challenge our understanding of deep-sea life cycles. Female Dumbo octopuses can store sperm for months, waiting for optimal conditions before fertilization. But what constitutes optimal at crushing depths where seasons don't exist, and food availability follows no predictable pattern? The answer might lie in something researchers are just beginning to document: deep-sea seasonal cycles that operate independently of surface conditions, temperature variations of less than a degree, subtle changes in water chemistry, migration patterns of prey species that occur so slowly they're nearly invisible to conventional observation methods. Dr. Jennifer Walsh's team at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution has been tracking these micro-seasonal patterns for 6 years, using long-term monitoring stations positioned throughout Dumbo octopus habitat ranges. Their preliminary findings suggest that these creatures are responding to environmental cues that operate on geological timescales rather than biological ones. We're talking about animals that might base their life decisions on changes that take months or years to complete, Walsh noted. Their perception of time and environmental change could be fundamentally different from surface organisms. This temporal perception might explain one of the most puzzling aspects of Dumbo octopus behavior: their apparent lack of territoriality. Unlike most octopuses, which are notoriously solitary and defensive of their space, Dumbo octopuses have been observed sharing hunting grounds with minimal conflict. Multiple individuals have been recorded feeding in the same area, sometimes within meters of each other, showing no signs of competition or aggression. The implications are profound. At depths where every calorie counts and wrong decisions mean death, these creatures have evolved social tolerance. They've developed ways to coexist that suggest either abundant resources, unlikely in the deep ocean, or behavioral sophistication that we're only beginning to appreciate. Perhaps most remarkably, Dumbo octopuses appear to modify their behavior based on human presence, not in the startled flight response way that most deep-sea creatures react to submersible lights, but with what researchers describe as curiosity. Multiple expedition reports describe encounters where Dumbo octopuses approached research vessels, hovering near observation windows for extended periods. Dr. Amanda Chen, who has logged over 200 hours of deep-sea observation time, believes these interactions reveal intelligence that's been shaped by an environment where patience and careful assessment are survival requirements. "They're not just looking at us," she observed. "They're studying us. There's a deliberation in their movements that suggests they're processing information in ways we don't expect from invertebrates." The more researchers learn about Dumbo octopuses, the more questions emerge. How do they navigate across featureless abyssal plains? How do they communicate, if they communicate at all? What do they understand about their environment that we don't? These questions matter because Dumbo octopuses might hold keys to understanding deep-sea ecosystems that remain largely mysterious to science. They're not just surviving in the abyss, they're thriving in it, using strategies that could illuminate how life persists in Earth's most extreme environments. Every encounter with these gentle giants of the deep reveals new layers of complexity, new evidence that the ocean's darkest depths harbor intelligence and adaptation beyond our current understanding. The glass octopus jewel. When marine biologist Dr. Helena Voss first encountered what she described as living water with eyes, she wasn't even sure her cameras had captured anything at all. The footage from her 2019 deep-sea expedition showed what appeared to be empty ocean, punctuated only by the occasional drift of marine snow. Only when she slowed the playback and adjusted the contrast did she realize she was staring at one of the ocean's most elusive residents, a creature so transparent it seemed to exist at the very edge of visibility itself. The glass octopus defies our most basic assumptions about what it means to be seen. Unlike its shallow water relatives with their rich pigmentation and masterful camouflage, Tuathoania pellucida has chosen a different path entirely. Evolution has rendered it nearly invisible, a living ghost that drifts through the ocean's twilight zone like a whisper made flesh. Dr. Voss's encounter occurred at a depth of 3,000 feet, in waters where sunlight becomes more memory than reality. Her research vessel had been tracking unusual bioluminescent patterns when the remotely operated vehicle's lights swept across what initially appeared to be a distortion in the water, something that bent light just slightly differently than the surrounding ocean. The creature's only visible features were its eyes, dark and watchful, seeming to float independently in the blue-black void. What makes the glass octopus particularly remarkable isn't just its transparency, but the selective nature of that transparency. While most of its body appears to be made of living crystal, certain organs remain visible, dark shadows suspended within its translucent form. These opaque structures, including its eyes and digestive system, create an otherworldly appearance that has captivated researchers since the species was first documented in the late 1800s. The challenge of studying such a creature becomes immediately apparent when you consider the technical difficulties involved. Traditional underwater photography relies on contrast and definition, but the glass octopus exists in a realm where those concepts lose their meaning. Researchers have had to develop entirely new imaging techniques using polarized light and specialized filters to capture creatures that evolution has designed to be unseen. Dr. Marina Petrova, who has spent 15 years studying deep-sea cephalopods, describes the glass octopus as nature's most successful attempt at invisibility. Her research team has documented fewer than 50 clear sightings in the past decade, despite thousands of hours of deep-sea exploration. Each encounter reveals new questions about how these creatures navigate, hunt, and survive in a world where being seen often means being eaten. The glass octopus inhabits what marine biologists call the bathypelagic zone, a realm of perpetual darkness where pressure crushes anything not specifically adapted to survive. At these depths, the creature's transparency serves a dual purpose. It provides camouflage from predators above, who might otherwise spot a dark silhouette against the faint glow of bioluminescent organisms below. Simultaneously, it makes the octopus nearly invisible to prey, allowing it to approach unsuspecting victims without detection. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that the glass octopus's transparency isn't simply an absence of pigmentation. Instead, it represents a complex biological achievement involving specialized proteins that manipulate light at the molecular level. These proteins, unique to the species, create what researchers term biological optics, living tissue that functions almost like a lens, bending light around the creature's body, rather than absorbing or reflecting it. The creature's hunting behavior remains largely mysterious, observed only in brief glimpses during deep-sea expeditions. Unlike shallow water octopuses that rely on ambush tactics from rocky crevices, the glass octopus must hunt in open water, using its transparency as its primary weapon. Researchers have documented instances where the creature appears to simply materialize around its prey, its nearly invisible tentacles enveloping small fish and crustaceans before they realize the danger. Dr. Voss's team made another significant discovery during their 2020 expedition. They observed what appeared to be juvenile glass octopuses, even more transparent than their adult counterparts. These young specimens were so clear that only their eyes were visible, creating the unsettling impression of disembodied organs floating through the water. The implications of this finding suggest that transparency increases with age, or perhaps that different levels of visibility serve different purposes throughout the creature's life cycle. The glass octopus's reproductive habits add another layer of mystery to its already enigmatic existence. Mating in the open ocean, without the ability to change color or create complex displays like other octopus species, presents unique challenges. Researchers theorize that the creatures may use bioluminescent signals or chemical cues to locate potential mates, but direct observations of mating behavior remain elusive. Temperature measurements from the glass octopus's habitat reveal another puzzle. The creature seems to prefer waters just above freezing, where the physics of light transmission change in subtle but significant ways. Some researchers speculate that the octopus has evolved to take advantage of these specific optical conditions, achieving maximum transparency only within a narrow temperature range. The study of glass octopuses has also revealed the limitations of our deep-sea exploration technology. Traditional sonar systems, designed to detect solid objects, often fail to register these creatures entirely. Even high-definition cameras struggle to capture their forms without specialized lighting and filtering equipment. This technical challenge has led to innovations in underwater imaging that benefit the entire field of marine biology. Perhaps most intriguingly, the glass octopus appears to change its level of transparency based on environmental conditions. During periods of high bioluminescent activity, when the surrounding water glows with the light of countless microscopic organisms, the creature becomes even more transparent. This suggests an active biological process, rather than a passive physical property. The octopus can literally fade deeper into invisibility when circumstances require it. The future of glass octopus research depends largely on advances in deep-sea technology. Current expeditions can only sample tiny fractions of the creature's habitat, leaving vast areas unexplored. As our tools improve and our understanding deepens, we may discover that these living ghosts of the deep ocean are far more common than we currently believe, hiding in plain sight throughout the planet's most remote waters. Each new encounter with the glass octopus raises more questions than it answers, reminding us that the ocean's greatest mysteries often exist not in the spectacular, but in the nearly invisible creatures that have mastered the art of existing at the very edge of our perception. The imperceptible hatchetfish. 3 research vessels positioned at different depths recorded the same empty water column, their sonar pinging into what appeared to be vacant ocean. Yet when Dr. Elena Vasquez reviewed the footage weeks later, she noticed something impossible: shadows moving through spaces where nothing should exist. The twilight zone, that mysterious realm between surface light and abyssal darkness, had revealed one of its most masterful inhabitants, a fish so perfectly camouflaged that it had been hiding in plain sight for decades. The hatchetfish represents evolution's answer to an impossible challenge. How do you disappear when there's nowhere to hide? In the ocean's twilight zone, roughly 200 to 1,000 meters below the surface, darkness isn't complete. Faint blue light filters down from above, creating a world of perpetual dusk where predators scan upward for the telltale silhouettes of prey against the dim glow. Traditional camouflage, the greens and browns that work in shallow waters, becomes useless here. The hatchetfish discovered something far more sophisticated: counter-illumination. The concept sounds simple enough: match the light coming from above to eliminate your shadow. But the execution requires biological engineering that our most advanced technology struggles to replicate. Along the hatchetfish's silver belly, rows of photophores act as living LED arrays, each one capable of producing light with surgical precision. These aren't random flashes or simple on-off switches. Each photophore can adjust its intensity, duration, and even spectral composition to match the exact quality of light filtering down from the surface. Dr. Sonke Johnson at Duke University spent years trying to understand how hatchetfish achieve this optical illusion. When his team first captured specimens, they noticed something immediately troubling. The fish seemed to anticipate their movements, dimming their lights milliseconds before the research vessel's cameras could focus. This wasn't random behavior. The hatchetfish were actively monitoring the changing light conditions above them and adjusting their counter-illumination in real time. The mechanics proved even more remarkable upon closer examination. Each photophore contains specialized cells called photocytes, surrounded by reflective tissue that acts as a biological mirror. But here's where conventional biology breaks down. The hatchetfish somehow processes visual information from above and translates it into precise light output below. They're essentially biological computers, running complex algorithms to calculate the exact amount of light needed to disappear. What makes this particularly unsettling is the speed of their response. Light conditions in the twilight zone change constantly as clouds pass overhead, as surface waves bend and scatter sunlight, as the Earth's rotation gradually shifts the angle of illumination. The hatchetfish tracks all of these variables simultaneously, making thousands of micro-adjustments every second. When researchers attempted to replicate this system artificially, their most advanced prototypes required processing power equivalent to a small supercomputer. Yet something else emerged from the research that defied explanation. Multiple observation teams reported the same phenomenon. Hatchetfish seemed to maintain their camouflage even when isolated from surface light entirely. In completely dark laboratory conditions, specimens continued to produce precisely calibrated light patterns. They were camouflaging against light that wasn't there, as if responding to some invisible reference point. Dr. Vasquez's team decided to test this anomaly systematically. They placed hatchetfish in a controlled environment, slowly dimming artificial light sources to simulate the transition from twilight zone to abyssal depths. The fish should have gradually reduced their counter-illumination to match the decreasing light above. Instead, they maintained consistent patterns, their photophores flickering in sequences that seemed to correspond to light conditions from their original depths, hundreds of meters away. This raised a disturbing possibility. Were hatchetfish somehow maintaining a biological memory of their optimal light environment, or were they responding to signals that human instruments couldn't detect? The research team expanded their sensor arrays, monitoring electromagnetic radiation, pressure waves, even quantum fluctuations in the water around their specimens. The hatchetfish continued their mysterious light display, perfectly synchronized with conditions they shouldn't have been able to sense. The implications stretched beyond simple camouflage. If hatchetfish could maintain such precise awareness of their environment across vast distances, what other information were they processing? Some researchers began to suspect that the counter-illumination served dual purposes, not just hiding from predators, but communicating with other hatchetfish across the scattered twilight zone. The same photophores that created perfect camouflage might also be transmitting data in a biological network spanning hundreds of square kilometers. Field observations supported this theory. Hatchetfish populations showed coordination patterns that shouldn't exist in creatures supposedly focused on individual survival. When one group altered their vertical position in the water column, others would adjust their own depth within hours, maintaining optimal spacing across vast areas. This wasn't random distribution. It was organized, purposeful, almost military in its precision. The deeper researchers delved into hatchetfish behavior, the more questions emerged. Why did some specimens produce light patterns that seemed to anticipate predator movements? How did they coordinate their responses across such distances? And perhaps most mysteriously, why did their counter-illumination sometimes continue running at full intensity, even when the fish appeared to be dead? Dr. Johnson's final report contained a footnote that most journals refused to publish. 3 separate laboratory incidents involved hatchetfish specimens that maintained their light patterns for hours after all biological functions had ceased. The photophores continued their precise flashing sequences, responding to light changes, adjusting intensity and color temperature with the same accuracy they showed in life. Standard biological processes couldn't explain this persistence. The hatchetfish remains one of the ocean's most perfectly adapted predators, a master of invisibility that has turned the Twilight Zone into its hunting ground. Yet every answer about their counter-illumination system reveals new mysteries. They've achieved something close to perfect camouflage, but in doing so, they've demonstrated capabilities that challenge our understanding of what individual organisms can accomplish. In the dim spaces between surface and abyss, creatures far more sophisticated than we assumed continue their ancient dance of light and shadow. The hatchetfish has spent millions of years perfecting the art of disappearing, and perhaps in that perfection, it has discovered something about the nature of the ocean itself that we're only beginning to glimpse. The striking Twilight Zone predator. Between 600 and 1,000 meters below the surface, where the last traces of sunlight begin their final surrender to absolute darkness, something extraordinary has been happening for millions of years. 3 separate research expeditions, each using different detection methods, have documented the same phenomenon: predators that seem to defy the basic laws of underwater hunting. Dr. Elena Vasquez was reviewing sonar data from the 2019 Pacific Deep Survey when she noticed the pattern. Prey fish would be swimming in perfect formation one moment, then scattered and diminished the next, with no visible predator anywhere in the footage. The attack signatures were there: the telltale burst patterns of panicked fish, the rapid dispersal, the missing individuals, but the hunters themselves remained invisible to every camera, every sensor, every detection system deployed. This is the Twilight Zone, that ethereal middle layer of our oceans where pressure builds and light dies, creating conditions so specific that life here has evolved beyond our understanding of possible. The predators of this realm don't just hunt, they've mastered something far more sophisticated. Marine biologist Dr. James Chen spent 18 months analyzing attack patterns in this zone, documenting over 200 predation events. His findings revealed something that shouldn't exist according to conventional marine biology. These twilight hunters coordinate their attacks with a precision that suggests not just intelligence, but active communication across vast distances in an environment where traditional communication should be impossible. The pressure at these depths exceeds 60 times that of sea level. Sound travels differently here. Light behaves in ways that defy surface physics, and the temperature hovers just above freezing. Yet within this seemingly hostile environment, predators have evolved hunting strategies so advanced that they can track prey through complete darkness, coordinate group attacks across miles of ocean, and remain completely undetected by human technology specifically designed to find them. Consider the biomechanics alone. These creatures generate no bioluminescence during their hunts, produce no detectable sound signature, and move through water with such efficiency that they create virtually no disturbance in the surrounding current patterns. Dr. Vasquez's team discovered that their metabolic rates during active hunting actually decrease, not increase, suggesting an energy conservation method that challenges everything we understand about predatory behavior. The most documented of these twilight predators appears to be a species that marine biologists have tentatively classified as a variant of the six-gill shark, though its behavior patterns match no known shark species. Sonar tracking suggests a body length of approximately 4 meters, but its hunting methodology resembles something far more sophisticated than any shark ever recorded. Witnesses from deep-sea research vessels describe brief glimpses of movement that seem to bend light around itself. The creature appears to manipulate its own visibility, not through camouflage or color change, but through some form of optical refraction that makes it nearly transparent to both human eyes and electronic sensors. Dr. Chen's analysis of water displacement patterns suggests the predator can alter its density while swimming, effectively becoming lighter or heavier as hunting conditions require. In 2021, the research submersible Abyssal Explorer captured 17 minutes of footage showing what appeared to be 3 separate predators executing a coordinated hunt. The prey, a school of deep-sea lanternfish, moved in defensive patterns that clearly indicated they were aware of the threat, yet the cameras recorded no visible predators until the final moments of the attack. When the hunters finally became visible, they appeared simultaneously from 3 different directions, having somehow coordinated their approach without any detectable communication method. The attack sequence lasted less than 40 seconds. The predators moved with surgical precision, each targeting specific segments of the school, leaving no fish unaccounted for, and no energy wasted on redundant kills. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they vanished again, leaving behind only the faint disturbance patterns in the water that marked their passage. Dr. Vasquez's team has documented similar coordinated attacks across different ocean basins, from the Pacific deep waters to the Atlantic's middle zones. The consistency of the hunting patterns suggests not just intelligence, but cultural transmission of hunting techniques across generations of these creatures. They seem to possess a collective knowledge of ocean currents, prey behavior, and optimal hunting conditions that surpasses our current understanding of marine predator intelligence. The implications extend beyond simple predation. These twilight hunters appear to maintain territorial boundaries across vast areas of ocean, with different hunting groups claiming specific zones and defending them against encroachment. Hydrophone recordings from the deep ocean have captured what researchers describe as negotiation sounds, complex acoustic patterns that occur when different hunting groups encounter each other at territorial boundaries. Most remarkably, these predators seem to possess an understanding of human technology that allows them to avoid detection with extraordinary success. Of the thousands of hours of deep-sea footage reviewed by research teams, fewer than 30 minutes show clear evidence of these creatures, and most of that footage appears to be the result of the predators choosing to be seen rather than accidental discovery. The few clear recordings reveal creatures of stunning grace and impossible adaptation. Their movements through the water suggest a mastery of hydrodynamics that human engineers are only beginning to understand. They generate no visible wake, produce no cavitation bubbles, and appear to swim with an efficiency that approaches the theoretical maximum for movement through water. Dr. Chen's latest research suggests these twilight predators may represent an evolutionary branch that diverged from known marine life millions of years ago, developing in isolation within the deep ocean's middle layers. Their hunting strategies, communication methods, and sensory capabilities all point to a level of adaptation that challenges our fundamental understanding of what's possible in marine environments. As our technology advances and our exploration of the deep ocean continues, we're beginning to realize that the twilight zone may be home to entire ecosystems of predators whose existence we've barely begun to document. These striking hunters of the deep represent not just unknown species, but potentially unknown forms of intelligence adapted to conditions we can barely survive in even with our most advanced equipment. They remain the masters of their domain, hunting in the eternal twilight with methods we're only beginning to glimpse, reminding us that the ocean's deepest mysteries still swim just beyond the reach of our understanding. The biofluorescent wonders. In 2018, marine biologist David Gruber descended into the depths off the coast of California with a specialized camera system, expecting to document standard bioluminescent displays. What he captured instead challenged everything we understood about how deep-sea creatures communicate with light. The footage revealed patterns of fluorescent color that appeared and vanished in milliseconds, colors that no human eye had ever witnessed in the living ocean. We've grown accustomed to the idea of bioluminescence in the deep sea, that cold blue-green glow produced by chemical reactions within living tissue. But biofluorescence operates on an entirely different principle, one that transforms the dark ocean into a hidden gallery of impossible colors. When blue light strikes certain proteins in deep-sea creatures, something extraordinary happens. The light gets absorbed and re-emitted at longer wavelengths, creating brilliant reds, greens, and oranges that pulse through the water like neon signs in an alien city. The difference is crucial. Bioluminescence creates light, biofluorescence transforms it. Dr. Gruber's team has documented over 200 species displaying biofluorescent properties, and the numbers continue to climb with each expedition. But here's where the mystery deepens. Many of these creatures live in zones where blue light barely penetrates. So why would they evolve the ability to fluoresce in response to light that rarely reaches them? The answer might lie in the subtle physics of deep-sea illumination. Even at depths of 1,000 meters, trace amounts of blue light filter down from the surface. More intriguingly, the bioluminescent flashes of other deep-sea creatures often contain just enough blue wavelengths to trigger fluorescent responses in nearby organisms. The deep sea, it seems, has developed its own internal lighting system. Consider the case of the chain cat shark, filmed at 500 meters depth in the Pacific. Under normal deep-sea conditions, this creature appears as a dull, brownish predator, but when exposed to blue light, intricate patterns emerge across its skin, geometric designs that flow and pulse with each movement. These aren't random displays. The patterns appear to be species-specific, possibly serving as a form of identification in the perpetual darkness. The implications extend far beyond simple beauty. Research conducted at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute suggests that biofluorescence might represent an entirely unknown form of deep-sea communication. Traditional marine biology assumed that most deep-sea creatures relied on chemical signals, bioluminescent displays, or mechanical vibrations to interact. But biofluorescence adds a fourth dimension, one that operates in a spectrum invisible to most predators. Dr. Edith Witter, a leading expert in deep-sea bioluminescence, has spent decades studying these phenomena. Her observations reveal that biofluorescent displays often correlate with feeding behavior, mating rituals, and territorial disputes. The timing isn't coincidental. These creatures have evolved to exploit a narrow window of light that exists in their environment, using it to create displays that remain hidden from most other species. The technical challenges of studying biofluorescence in its natural habitat are immense. Traditional deep-sea cameras can't capture the rapid spectral changes that occur during fluorescent displays. The specialized equipment required costs millions of dollars and can only operate for limited periods at crushing depths. Most of what we know comes from brief glimpses, moments of revelation that hint at a much larger phenomenon. One of the most striking discoveries involves the siphonophore, a colonial creature that can extend for over 40 meters through the water column. When illuminated with blue light, different sections of the organism display distinct fluorescent patterns. Some segments glow green, others red, and still others cycle through multiple colors in sequence. The coordination suggests that these colonial animals use biofluorescence to maintain communication across their enormous length. But perhaps the most puzzling aspect of deep-sea biofluorescence involves its apparent waste of energy. Producing the proteins necessary for fluorescent displays requires significant metabolic investment in an environment where energy is scarce. The fact that so many species have evolved this capability suggests that the benefits must be substantial. Yet we're only beginning to understand what those benefits might be. Recent research has identified biofluorescent compounds in deep-sea creatures that don't exist anywhere else in nature. These proteins appear to be highly specialized, responding to specific wavelengths of light with remarkable precision. Some species can apparently tune their fluorescent responses, shifting colors based on environmental conditions or behavioral needs. The discovery of biofluorescence has also revealed unexpected connections between species. Creatures that were thought to be solitary have been observed responding to each other's fluorescent displays across considerable distances. The deep sea, rather than being a realm of isolated individuals, might actually support complex communities linked by networks of colored light. Laboratory studies have shown that some deep-sea biofluorescent displays can be triggered by the bioluminescent flashes of potential prey. This suggests a predator-prey dynamic, where hunters use fluorescent signals to attract victims, a deadly game of lights played out in the eternal darkness. What makes these discoveries particularly compelling is their recent nature. Most of the research into deep-sea biofluorescence has occurred within the last decade. The technology needed to detect and record these phenomena simply didn't exist until recently. This means that countless expeditions to the deep sea missed an entire dimension of biological activity. The creatures we've studied represent only a fraction of deep-sea biodiversity. Each new dive reveals species displaying fluorescent properties that defy our understanding of deep-sea ecology. The patterns are becoming increasingly complex, suggesting that biofluorescence might be as fundamental to deep-sea life as photosynthesis is to surface ecosystems. As we continue to explore these depths, the question isn't whether we'll discover new biofluorescent species, it's whether we'll develop the technology and theoretical framework necessary to understand the intricate light-based language that these creatures have been speaking for millions of years. The deep sea keeps its secrets well, but biofluorescence has opened a window into a world that glows with colors we're only beginning to comprehend. The abyssal giant isopod. When marine biologist Dr. Alvin Peterson first encountered one during a 2019 deep-sea expedition, He radioed to the surface with a tremor in his voice. "We have something down here that looks like it crawled out of another planet." The creature moving across his submersible's lights measured nearly 20 inches long, its segmented armor gleaming like polished chrome against the abyssal mud. Peterson had discovered what researchers now call one of the ocean's most alien survivors, the giant isopod, 3 miles beneath the surface, where sunlight has never touched, and pressure would crush human bone in milliseconds. These armored wanderers have thrived for over 160 million years. They predate dinosaurs. They survived the extinction events that wiped out countless species, and yet, we know almost nothing about how they accomplished this feat. The giant isopod defies every assumption we hold about life in extreme environments. Most deep-sea creatures grow smaller as they adapt to scarce resources. The isopod grew enormous. While other animals develop specialized feeding strategies, the isopod became nature's ultimate opportunist. Where other species evolved complex social behaviors, the isopod chose solitude so complete that some specimens appear to go years without encountering another of their kind. Dr. Sarah Chen, who has spent 15 years studying these creatures, describes them as biological time capsules. Their segmented bodies, she explains, mirror the design of trilobites that dominated Earth's oceans 500 million years ago. Yet the isopod's survival strategy transcends mere evolutionary persistence. These creatures have mastered something that continues to baffle researchers. They can survive without food for periods that shouldn't be biologically possible. In laboratory studies, giant isopods have been observed going over 5 years without eating. 5 years. The largest specimen ever captured, held at the Toba Aquarium in Japan, refused all food for 2,226 days before finally dying, not from starvation, but from what appeared to be old age. Its stomach, when examined, contained no food remnants. How does a creature weighing up to 4 pounds survive half a decade without nourishment? The answer lies in metabolic mysteries that challenge our understanding of life itself. The isopod's body operates on principles that seem to bend the laws of biology. Their metabolic rate drops to levels so low that they essentially enter a state resembling suspended animation. Heart rate decreases to barely detectable levels. Cellular activity slows to a crawl. They become living statues, waiting with infinite patience for their next meal. But when food does arrive in the deep, the transformation is remarkable. These patient hunters can detect the chemical signature of a dead whale falling from the surface waters, from distances exceeding 2 miles. They emerge from their scattered hiding places among the sediment, like ghosts materializing from darkness. What follows is a feeding frenzy that can last for weeks, with dozens of isopods methodically consuming everything: flesh, bone, even the whale's teeth. Their feeding behavior reveals another layer of the mystery. The isopod's mouth, surrounded by 4 sets of jaws, can expand to accommodate prey items that seem impossibly large. They consume their meals with mechanical precision, stripping away tissue in organized patterns that suggest an intelligence we don't fully comprehend. Some researchers have observed what appears to be cooperative feeding behavior, with multiple isopods working in coordination to access different parts of a carcass. The creature's armor tells its own story of survival. Each segment can move independently, allowing the isopod to roll into a perfect sphere when threatened, a defensive strategy unchanged since the Paleozoic era. The armor itself is composed of calcium carbonate plates that seem to strengthen under pressure rather than weaken. Scientists have attempted to replicate this material in laboratory settings, but the isopod's natural armor consistently outperforms human engineering. Perhaps most unnervingly, the isopod's eyes reveal adaptations that suggest capabilities beyond simple scavenging. These compound eyes, each containing thousands of individual lenses, can detect the faintest traces of bioluminescence in the absolute darkness of the deep ocean. They track movement with precision that implies active hunting behavior, not just opportunistic scavenging. Recent genetic analysis has revealed that giant isopods possess DNA sequences that appear nowhere else in the animal kingdom. These unique genetic markers suggest evolutionary adaptations that developed in complete isolation from surface life. Dr. Peterson's team has identified proteins in isopod tissue that remain stable at pressures and temperatures that would denature similar proteins in other organisms. The implications extend beyond marine biology. into questions about the fundamental limits of life itself. The isopods' reproductive habits add another layer of mystery. Females carry their eggs for over 2 years before hatching, one of the longest gestation periods in the animal kingdom. During this time, the mother enters an even deeper state of metabolic suspension, somehow maintaining the energy needed to nurture her developing offspring while consuming no food herself. When the young finally emerge, they are perfect miniature versions of their parents, fully equipped for the harsh realities of abyssal life. The scattered distribution of these creatures across the ocean floor suggests a level of environmental awareness that borders on the uncanny. They seem to position themselves at optimal locations for detecting food falls, following currents and chemical gradients with a precision that implies generations of accumulated knowledge. Some researchers theorize that isopods may communicate through chemical signals across vast distances, coordinating their movements in ways we're only beginning to understand. As deep-sea exploration technology advances, each new encounter with giant isopods reveals fresh mysteries. Their ability to survive in conditions that would instantly kill most life forms makes them candidates for studying the potential for life in extreme environments throughout the universe. Yet they remain inhabitants of our own planet's most alien realm, living testaments to the ocean's power to nurture life forms that seem to belong among the stars. In the crushing darkness of the deep, these armored wanderers continue their ancient patrol, carrying secrets that span geological ages. They move through a world of eternal night, with the patience of stone and the persistence of time itself. The Cyclopean Deep Ocean Discoveries, 3 separate deep-sea research vessels, operating in different corners of the Pacific, encountered organisms in 2019 that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of life at crushing depths. The specimens defied classification, displayed impossible biological features, and vanished before proper documentation could occur. When marine biologists from Woods Hole, Scripps, and the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science met at a conference 6 months later, they realized they'd all witnessed variations of the same phenomenon. Dr. Fintimo, Dr. Rajinger, Aithan Main Confoldati, Judmorn Folda. Elena Vasquez had been studying bioluminescence patterns for nearly 2 decades when her remote submersible captured footage that made her question everything she thought she knew about deep-sea adaptation. At 4,200 meters below the surface, in the perpetual darkness of the abyssal zone, something was generating light patterns that seemed almost intentional. Not the simple flash and fade of typical deep-sea communication, but complex sequences that repeated with mathematical precision. The creatures responsible appeared to be completely unknown to science, roughly cylindrical, translucent, with what appeared to be a single large eye dominating their frontal structure. They moved through the water with an intelligence that unsettled the research team. The eye, if that's what it was, seemed to track the submersible's movements with deliberate focus. When Vasquez's team attempted to collect a specimen, the creatures simply disappeared, not swimming away, not diving deeper, but fading from view as if they'd never been there. This wasn't an isolated incident. Dr. James Morrison, leading a geological survey near the Mariana Trench, encountered similar beings 3 weeks later. His team's high-definition cameras captured what appeared to be a gathering of these cyclopean creatures, dozens of them arranged in perfect geometric patterns on the ocean floor. The formation resembled no known feeding behavior, no recognized mating ritual, no survival strategy documented in marine biology. Morrison's footage revealed details that Vasquez's team had missed. The creatures' bodies weren't merely translucent, they seemed to shift between solid and incorporeal states. At certain angles, the ocean floor was visible through their forms. At others, they appeared as solid as any conventional deep-sea organism. The single eye, which dominated roughly 30% of their body mass, displayed remarkable complexity. Multiple pupils, or structures resembling pupils, dilated and contracted in sequence, creating optical effects that the cameras struggled to focus on. The most disturbing discovery came from Dr. Kenji Nakamura's team, operating near the Japan Trench. They not only encountered the creatures, but recorded what appeared to be a response to human presence. When the submersible's artificial lights illuminated the area, the creature's own bioluminescence shifted to match the exact spectrum and intensity of the research vessel's equipment. This wasn't simple mimicry, it was precise replication down to the wavelength. Nakamura's team pushed further, experimenting with different light patterns, different frequencies, different intensities. Each time, the creatures responded with perfect synchronization, creating a light show that transformed the abyssal darkness into something resembling a vast, underwater aurora. The implications were staggering. These organisms weren't just reacting to external stimuli, they were communicating, learning, adapting in real time. The scientific community's response was predictably cautious. Without physical specimens, without consistent documentation, the discoveries remained fascinating anomalies rather than verified species. Peer review demanded reproducible results, and these creatures seemed to appear and vanish according to their own mysterious schedule. Funding committees questioned whether the teams were encountering actual organisms or some previously unknown oceanographic phenomenon. Dr. Sarah Chen, a marine biologist specializing in extreme depth ecosystems, proposed a different theory. What if these weren't individual creatures but components of a larger organism? The geometric patterns, the synchronized behavior, the apparent ability to phase in and out of visibility. These traits suggested something unprecedented in marine biology. A collective intelligence operating at depths where no complex organism should be able to survive. The pressure at these depths approaches 400 times that of sea level. The temperature hovers barely above freezing. No sunlight has penetrated this darkness for millions of years. Yet these cyclopean entities seem to thrive, displaying cognitive abilities that challenged fundamental assumptions about life in the deep ocean. Recent expeditions have attempted to map the creatures' distribution patterns. Dr. Marcus Webb's team from the University of Tasmania deployed an array of passive sensors across a 1,000 square kilometer area of the abyssal plain. The data they collected suggested the creature's presence extended far beyond initial sightings. Acoustic signatures indicated movement patterns spanning hundreds of kilometers, synchronized activities occurring simultaneously across vast distances. The mystery deepened when archived footage from earlier deep-sea missions was re-examined. Researchers discovered evidence of these creatures in video captured as far back as 2003, always in the background, always barely visible, always dismissed as equipment artifacts or water distortion. The realization that these organisms had been present, unnoticed, for nearly 2 decades raised uncomfortable questions about what else might exist in the ocean's deepest reaches. Marine biologists face unique challenges when studying these discoveries. The extreme environment makes prolonged observation impossible. Equipment failures are common at such depths. The creature's apparent ability to detect and avoid human technology makes systematic study extraordinarily difficult. Each expedition returns with more questions than answers, more hypotheses than facts. The implications extend beyond marine biology. If complex, intelligent life can exist at such depths, under such conditions, the boundaries of where life is possible must be reconsidered. These discoveries influence astrobiology research, deep Earth studies, and our understanding of consciousness itself. The cyclopean creatures suggest that intelligence can emerge in environments previously considered too hostile for complex thought. As research continues, the mystery of these deep ocean dwellers grows more compelling. Each expedition reveals new behaviors, new patterns, new questions about the nature of life in Earth's most extreme environment. The darkness that once seemed empty now pulses with possibilities, with forms of existence that challenge our most basic assumptions about what it means to be alive in the deepest places on our planet. The ocean keeps its secrets carefully, revealing them only to those patient enough to wait, brave enough to descend, and humble enough to admit how little we truly know about the world beneath the waves. Uncharted bioluminescent fish, 3,000 meters below the surface, where sunlight has never touched, something extraordinary happens. Fish become their own stars, creating constellations in liquid darkness. Marine biologists estimate that 90% of creatures living below 500 meters produce their own light, yet we've formally classified less than 20% of these living lanterns. Dr. Elena Vasquez encountered one such mystery during a 2019 research dive off the Azores. Her remote-operated vehicle captured footage of what appeared to be a small, translucent fish displaying a light pattern unlike anything in the taxonomic record. The creature's entire body pulsed with waves of blue and green luminescence, creating intricate geometric patterns that seemed almost intentional. When she submitted her findings to the Marine Biological Association, 3 separate ichthyologists admitted they had no classification framework for what they were seeing. The fish measured roughly 6 centimeters in length, its body so transparent that its internal organs were visible through its skin. But those organs themselves were glowing. Not just the typical photophores found in known bioluminescent species, but an entirely different light-generating system that appeared to be integrated into its circulatory network. The creature's blood vessels pulsed with soft amber light, creating a roadmap of illumination beneath its glass-like flesh. What made this discovery particularly puzzling wasn't just the fish's unique anatomy, but its behavior. Unlike most deep-sea creatures that use bioluminescence for hunting or defense, this specimen seemed to be communicating. The light patterns weren't random. They followed distinct sequences, repeating specific combinations with mathematical precision. When Dr. Vasquez's team analyzed the footage frame by frame, they discovered the fish was creating exactly 17 different light configurations, each lasting between 2 and 4 seconds. The implications troubled established marine biology. Bioluminescence typically serves 3 primary functions: attracting prey, confusing predators, or finding mates. This creature's light display didn't fit any of these categories. The patterns were too complex for simple attraction, too regular for defensive confusion, and too varied for basic mating signals. The fish appeared to be using its luminescence as a sophisticated signaling system. Even more intriguing, the creature wasn't alone. During the same expedition, researchers documented at least 12 other unclassified bioluminescent species within a 50-kilometer radius. Each displayed unique light signatures, different wavelengths, varied intensities. One resembled a living constellation, its body dotted with hundreds of tiny white lights that twinkled in slow, hypnotic sequences. Another produced ribbons of purple luminescence that flowed across its fin surfaces like silk scarves in an underwater breeze. The deeper they explored, the more obvious it became that we're dealing with an entirely unknown ecosystem of light-producing organisms. Traditional taxonomy struggles to categorize creatures that exist in perpetual darkness, relying on characteristics that surface-dwelling fish simply don't possess. How do you classify a species whose primary identifying feature is the specific frequency of light it generates? How do you study creatures that may have evolved entirely different sensory systems, perhaps communicating through bioluminescent languages we're only beginning to recognize? Dr. James Morrison, a specialist in deep-sea ichthyology at the Scripps Institution, spent 3 years attempting to classify just one of these specimens. His team identified muscular structures that shouldn't exist in fish, neural pathways that defied conventional understanding of piscine nervous systems, and most mysteriously, organs that appeared to serve no biological function yet were present in every specimen they examined. The creature's light-producing cells, called photophores, were arranged in patterns that seemed to mirror quantum mechanical principles. When stimulated, they created interference patterns of light that produced colors not typically found in biological systems. Some specimens generated wavelengths that bordered on infrared, others produced ultraviolet frequencies that became visible only under specialized equipment. The diversity suggested these fish had evolved in complete isolation from surface ecosystems, developing bioluminescent capabilities that responded to environmental pressures we're still trying to understand. Recent genetic analysis reveals these creatures share DNA sequences with no known fish species. Their genetic markers suggest they branched off from the main evolutionary tree millions of years ago, developing in the deep ocean's unique environment. They're not just undiscovered species, they may represent entirely new taxonomic families. The mystery deepens when considering their habitat preferences. These bioluminescent fish appear to congregate around underwater thermal vents, but not in the way other deep-sea creatures do. They maintain specific distances from heat sources, creating what researchers have termed luminescent halos around vent systems. The fish position themselves in precise formations, their combined light creating larger patterns visible from considerable distances. Some marine biologists theorize these creatures have developed a form of collective intelligence, using their bioluminescence to coordinate group behaviors. The light patterns may serve as a distributed neural network, allowing individual fish to contribute to a larger, more complex organism. Each fish becomes a luminous neuron in an oceanic brain we're only beginning to perceive. The technology required to study these creatures presents its own challenges. Traditional underwater cameras can't capture the full spectrum of light these fish produce. Specialized equipment designed for deep space astronomy has been adapted for oceanic research, revealing layers of bioluminescent activity previously invisible to human observation. What we once considered empty water now pulses with complex light communications between species we've never formally documented. The more we learn about these uncharted bioluminescent fish, the more we realize how little we understand about deep-sea ecosystems. These creatures may have been thriving in the ocean's depths for millions of years, developing sophisticated societies based on light-based communication, all while remaining completely unknown to surface science. Their existence challenges our fundamental assumptions about marine biodiversity and suggests that the deep ocean contains entire orders of life operating according to biological principles we haven't yet discovered. In the darkness 3 kilometers below the surface, evolution has written stories in light that we're only just beginning to read. Ocean Floor Mysteries. In 1977, geologist Robert Ballard descended to the Galapagos Rift, expecting to find nothing but cold, lifeless sediment. Instead, his submersible's lights illuminated towering mineral spires belching superheated water into the crushing darkness, an alien landscape that shouldn't exist according to everything science understood about the deep ocean floor. This moment changed our perception of what lies beneath. The ocean floor, covering more than 70% of our planet's surface, remains less explored than the surface of Mars. Yet recent discoveries suggest we've been fundamentally wrong about the nature of what rests in these deepest places. The seafloor isn't the barren wasteland of sediment and rock we once assumed. It's a dynamic, living archive, a vast library of geological phenomena that challenges our understanding of Earth's history and the very processes that shaped our world. Every robotic dive, every sonar sweep, every sediment core brings back evidence that the ocean floor holds secrets we're only beginning to comprehend. Traditional geological models suggested the deep ocean basins formed through predictable tectonic processes over millions of years. The reality appears far more complex. In 2019, marine geologists analyzing bathymetric data from the Pacific Basin discovered geometric patterns in the seafloor that don't align with known geological processes. These formations, vast, perfectly circular depressions spanning kilometers, appear too regular, too purposeful to result from natural forces alone. Dr. Sarah Chen, who led the mapping expedition, described the formations as architectural in their precision. The depressions, found at depths exceeding 4,000 meters, show evidence of metal concentrations that shouldn't exist in such quantities or arrangements. When samples were analyzed, they revealed isotopic signatures that don't match any known terrestrial processes. The implications extend beyond geology. If these formations aren't natural, what created them? The patterns suggest intelligence, yet they predate human civilization by potentially millions of years. The seafloor, it seems, preserves evidence of phenomena that occurred long before our species existed to witness them. Even more puzzling are the discoveries emerging from hydrothermal vent fields. These underwater geysers, first documented in the 1970s, were initially understood as simple volcanic features. Recent exploration has revealed something far more extraordinary. The mineral deposits surrounding these vents don't just contain the expected sulfides and metals, they harbor complex crystalline structures that appear to store information. Marine chemist Dr. Elena Rodriguez, studying samples from the Lost City hydrothermal field, made a discovery that challenges our understanding of how geological processes work. The limestone towers there contain microscopic chambers filled with organic compounds that shouldn't survive in such extreme conditions. Yet not only do they survive, they appear to be actively organizing themselves into increasingly complex patterns. We're looking at chemistry that seems to bridge the gap between geology and biology. These formations are creating conditions that shouldn't be possible according to our current models. The ocean floor's sediment layers tell an even stranger story. Deep-sea drilling projects have retrieved cores containing materials that predate the formation of the seafloor itself. According to plate tectonics, oceanic crust is continuously recycled through subduction zones, meaning no seafloor should be older than 200 million years. Yet these sediment cores contain crystalline structures that appear to be billions of years old. Some researchers propose these ancient materials originated from impacts, meteorites or comets that struck Earth in its earliest epochs. But the distribution patterns don't support random impact events. The ancient materials appear concentrated in specific regions, following geometric arrangements that suggest purposeful placement rather than cosmic accident. The Bermuda Triangle's seafloor presents another puzzle. While the region's reputation for supernatural phenomena is largely unfounded, the bathymetric surveys reveal genuine anomalies. Massive craters, some over a kilometer in diameter, dot the seafloor in patterns that defy explanation. The craters show no evidence of impact signatures, yet their formation required energies comparable to nuclear explosions. Recent sonar mapping has revealed these craters connect to vast underground chambers extending deep into the oceanic crust. The chambers contain water at temperatures and pressures that shouldn't exist at those depths. When researchers attempted to deploy instruments into these spaces, the equipment experienced systematic failures that suggest the presence of intense electromagnetic fields. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge offers perhaps the most compelling evidence that the ocean floor harbors unexplained phenomena. This underwater mountain range, where new oceanic crust is born, should be geologically simple, molten rock emerging from the mantle and cooling into basalt. Instead, the ridge reveals structures that appear engineered rather than natural. Submersible expeditions have documented kilometer-long formations that resemble industrial complexes, geometric arrangements of volcanic vents, mineral deposits, and crystalline structures that seem to serve coordinated functions. The formations generate electrical fields and emit low-frequency sounds that follow mathematical patterns, rather than the random noise expected from geological processes. Dr. James Mitchell, a marine geophysicist who has studied these formations for over 2 decades, admits the evidence challenges fundamental assumptions about planetary formation. "We're seeing organization at scales that require explanation," he stated. "These aren't random geological events. They're showing us that the ocean floor operates according to principles we don't yet understand." The technological implications are staggering. If the ocean floor contains evidence of advanced processes, whether natural or artificial, understanding these mechanisms could revolutionize our approach to material science, energy production, and even space exploration. The crystalline structures found in deep-sea sediments exhibit properties that suggest room temperature superconductivity, while the geometric formations demonstrate engineering principles that surpass current human capabilities. Yet accessing these secrets requires overcoming the ocean's immense challenges. The crushing pressure, corrosive environment, and vast distances make deep-sea exploration extraordinarily difficult. Most of the ocean floor remains unmapped, unexplored, and unknown. We've examined less than 5% of the deep-sea floor in any detail. The ocean floor keeps its secrets well. Each expedition raises more questions than it answers, revealing evidence of processes and phenomena that don't fit our current understanding of how planets work. The deeper we explore, the more we realize that the seafloor isn't just a passive repository of sediment and rock. It's an active, dynamic system that may hold the key to understanding our planet's true history. The mysteries wait in the darkness, preserved in the crushing depths where few dare to venture. The ocean floor holds its secrets patiently, knowing that eventually, human curiosity will drive us to uncover the truth about what lies beneath the waves. The almost invisible deep-sea shrimp. In December 2019, marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez pulled up a sample tray from 3,000 meters below the Pacific surface and stared at what appeared to be empty water. The collection chamber registered positive for biological matter, yet she saw nothing. Only when she adjusted the laboratory lighting did dozens of translucent forms materialize before her eyes. Creatures so perfectly adapted to invisibility that they seemed to exist between the boundaries of matter and void. These were deep-sea shrimp, and they had been hiding in plain sight for millennia. The deep ocean operates by different rules than the sunlit world above. At depths where sunlight has never penetrated, evolution has crafted beings that challenge our understanding of visibility itself. These shrimp, members of families like Acanthophyra and Cystelaspis, exist in a realm where transparency isn't just an advantage, it's survival. Their bodies achieve near-perfect invisibility through a combination of features that seem almost engineered. The exoskeleton, normally opaque in surface-dwelling crustaceans, becomes glass-like and thin. Internal organs cluster in specific arrangements to minimize shadow formation. Most remarkably, specialized cells called iridophores create a shimmering effect that breaks up any remaining outline, making the shrimp's form dissolve into the surrounding water column. Dr. Vasquez spent 3 years studying these elusive creatures, and her findings revealed something unexpected. The shrimp weren't just transparent, they were selectively transparent. Different species had evolved varying degrees of invisibility, depending on their specific depth range and hunting strategies. Some maintained opaque eye stalks that gleamed like tiny beacons in the darkness. Others kept their digestive systems visible, creating strange floating crescents of color suspended in apparently empty water. The color variations tell stories of adaptation that span millions of years. Bright red species inhabit the deepest trenches, where red light cannot penetrate, and their vibrant hues render them effectively black. Orange and yellow varieties cluster in the twilight zone, that liminal space between 200 and 1,000 meters, where the last traces of sunlight fade into permanent night. These colors, so striking in laboratory conditions, become perfect camouflage in their natural environment. What fascinates researchers most isn't just how these shrimp achieve invisibility, but why they maintain it so perfectly. The deep sea might seem empty, but it's actually filled with predators equipped with extraordinary sensory capabilities. Giant siphonophores drift like living nets through the water column. Bioluminescent jellies create deadly light traps, and larger fish cruise the depths with eyes adapted to detect the slightest movement or reflection. The shrimp's response has been to become living ghosts. They've developed swimming patterns that minimize water displacement, moving through the ocean with a fluid grace that creates almost no turbulence. Their feeding behaviors have adapted to this transparency. Many species have evolved to consume particles so small that the act of feeding itself remains invisible to observers. But transparency comes with its own challenges. These creatures must find each other in the vast darkness to mate, communicate, and form the social structures necessary for survival. Some species have evolved bioluminescent patches that can be activated like signal lights, brief flashes of communication in the endless night. Others rely on chemical signals, releasing pheromones that can travel for miles through the still waters of the deep. The study of these creatures has revealed something profound about life's adaptability. In 2021, researchers discovered that some deep-sea shrimp species could adjust their transparency in real time, becoming more or less visible in response to threats or opportunities. This dynamic camouflage suggests a level of neurological sophistication that challenges assumptions about invertebrate intelligence. The sampling process itself presents unique difficulties. Traditional collection methods often damage these delicate creatures, and their transparency makes them nearly impossible to count or study in their natural habitat. Dr. Vasquez's team developed specialized imaging techniques, using polarized light and infrared sensors to observe the shrimp without disturbing them, revealing behaviors that had never been documented. These observations showed that the shrimp's transparency serves multiple purposes beyond predator avoidance. Some species use their invisibility for ambush hunting, materializing seemingly from nowhere to capture prey. Others employ it for what researchers term social invisibility, the ability to monitor group dynamics without being noticed by competitors or potential mates. The deeper researchers look, the more varieties they discover. Each expedition to the ocean's most remote depths reveals new species with their own unique approaches to invisibility. Some maintain transparent bodies but opaque appendages, creating the illusion of disembodied claws floating in the water. Others have evolved partial transparency, with sections of their bodies visible while others remain completely clear. The implications extend beyond marine biology. These creatures represent solutions to visibility problems that human technology is only beginning to understand. Their methods of achieving transparency have inspired research into optical camouflage and advanced materials science. The precise way they manipulate light refraction through their tissues offers insights into developing new optical technologies. Perhaps most intriguingly, these shrimp challenge our perceptions of what constitutes presence in the natural world. They exist in a state between seen and unseen, their lives unfolding in a transparency that makes them simultaneously present and absent. In the deep ocean's perpetual night, They've found a way to exist without existing, to live as whispers of life in the vast darkness. As research continues, each new discovery about these almost invisible creatures reveals the ocean's capacity for solutions that seem to border on the impossible. They remind us that in the Earth's deepest places, life finds ways to thrive that exceed our imagination, becoming so perfectly adapted to their environment that they achieve a form of living invisibility. In the depths where light has never traveled, these transparent wanderers continue their ancient dance, seen and unseen, real and ethereal, threading through the darkness like living secrets of the deep. Challenges of deep-sea exploration. When the research vessel Polarstern returned from Antarctica in 2019, marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez made a confession that startled the scientific community. After 3 decades of deep-sea exploration, she admitted that every single mission to the Antarctic depths had revealed more questions than answers. The team's most sophisticated equipment, instruments worth millions of dollars, had failed to classify nearly 60% of the organisms they encountered in the deep Antarctic waters. The Southern Ocean presents challenges that would make even the most experienced deep-sea explorers reconsider their calling. Water temperatures hover just above freezing, creating an environment so hostile that standard research equipment simply stops functioning. The pressure at these depths doesn't just crush metal, it transforms it, warping titanium hulls into shapes that engineers struggle to explain. Dr. Marcus Chen, who leads the Antarctic Deep Sea Research Initiative, describes the experience of working in these waters as trying to perform surgery while wearing mittens in a blizzard. The analogy captures something essential about the frustration of deep Antarctic exploration. Every breakthrough comes at an enormous cost, and every answer seems to multiply the mysteries. The logistics alone read like a nightmare scenario. Research vessels must navigate through ice fields that shift without warning, following currents that oceanographers still don't fully understand. The magnetic anomalies near the South Pole interfere with navigation systems, leaving crews to rely on methods that would seem primitive in any other context. GPS signals become unreliable. Sonar readings produce patterns that don't match any known geological formations, but the real challenge lies beneath the surface. The Antarctic deep-sea environment operates according to rules that seem to defy everything we know about marine biology. Creatures exist here that shouldn't be able to survive, organisms that have developed adaptations so extreme that they appear to belong to a different planet entirely. The water itself behaves differently at these depths. The combination of extreme cold, crushing pressure, and unique mineral content creates conditions that interfere with standard research methods. Cameras fog unexpectedly. Sampling equipment returns to the surface empty, despite clear evidence of contact with the ocean floor. Electronic instruments register readings that technicians initially dismiss as equipment malfunctions, until the same impossible data appears across multiple, independent systems. Dr. Sarah Petrov, a marine engineer who specializes in deep-sea robotics, has spent 15 years designing equipment specifically for Antarctic exploration. Her latest remotely operated vehicle, the Erebus, represents the cutting edge of deep-sea technology. Yet even this marvel of engineering has limitations that would surprise anyone unfamiliar with the realities of Antarctic research. The Erebus can withstand pressures that would instantly destroy conventional submarines, its cameras can function in complete darkness, and its robotic arms can collect samples with surgical precision. But in the Antarctic depths, the vehicle faces challenges that no amount of engineering can fully overcome. The extreme cold affects battery performance in ways that laboratory tests never predicted. The unique electromagnetic properties of Antarctic seawater interfere with communication systems, leaving the vehicle essentially blind for hours at a time. Most disturbing are the unexplained equipment failures. Instruments that function perfectly in every other ocean environment simply stop working in Antarctic waters. Not from mechanical failure. The components remain intact and undamaged. They simply stop, as if the environment itself were somehow incompatible with human technology. The research teams have developed workarounds that border on the absurd. They carry backup equipment for their backup equipment. They plan for communication blackouts that can last for days. They accept that a significant percentage of their data will be corrupted or lost entirely. These aren't occasional problems. They're built into the fundamental nature of Antarctic deep-sea exploration. Dr. Vasquez describes the psychological impact of working in these conditions. You begin to feel like you're not supposed to be there, she explains. The ocean is telling you something, but you can't quite understand what it is. Her words capture the strange sense of trespass that many Antarctic researchers report, a feeling that they're exploring a realm that was never meant to be discovered. The creatures they do manage to document only deepen the mystery. Standard classification systems break down when confronted with organisms that seem to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Are they plants or animals, single organisms or colonies? The questions multiply with each discovery, and the answers remain frustratingly elusive. Recent technological advances have opened new possibilities, but they've also revealed the true scale of what remains unknown. High-resolution sonar mapping has identified vast underwater formations that don't appear on any chart. Thermal imaging has detected heat signatures that suggest geological activity in regions that should be tectonically silent. Chemical analysis of water samples has revealed compounds that shouldn't exist in natural seawater. The funding challenges add another layer of complexity. Antarctic research requires resources that few institutions can provide. A single mission can cost millions of dollars, with no guarantee of meaningful results. The extreme conditions mean that equipment failure rates are exponentially higher than in other research environments. Insurance companies have begun refusing coverage for certain types of Antarctic deep-sea operations. Yet the discoveries continue. Each mission brings back evidence of life forms that challenge our understanding of biology itself. The Antarctic depths harbor ecosystems that operate according to principles that marine biologists are still trying to comprehend. These aren't just new species, they're entirely new categories of existence. The researchers who work in these conditions develop a particular kind of humility. They learn to accept that their most sophisticated instruments are primitive tools when confronted with the realities of the Antarctic deep. They understand that every answer they find is really just a doorway to deeper questions. The ocean floor in these regions tells a story that no one has yet learned to read. Each sample brought to the surface contains mysteries that will take years to unravel. The Antarctic depths remain largely unexplored, not because we lack the desire to investigate them, but because they resist investigation in ways that continue to confound our best efforts. In the end, perhaps that's the most profound discovery of all, that there are still places on Earth that exist beyond the reach of human understanding, depths that guard their secrets with a patience that makes our brief expeditions seem like momentary intrusions into an ancient, ongoing conversation we're only beginning to overhear. The water bear's adaptability. They've survived the vacuum of space, temperatures that would boil water, and radiation levels that would kill most life forms instantly. Yet somehow, the most resilient creatures on Earth measure less than a millimeter in length and look like microscopic teddy bears with 8 legs. When researchers began studying the deepest trenches of our oceans, they never expected to find these nearly indestructible beings thriving in conditions that challenge every conventional understanding of biological limits. The water bear, or tardigrade, shouldn't exist according to most textbooks. These microscopic animals routinely laugh at the laws of physics and biology that govern the rest of life on Earth. While marine biologists have cataloged thousands of deep-sea species, the water bear represents something fundamentally different. A creature that doesn't just survive extreme environments, but seems to have been designed for them. Dr. Mariana Vasquez first encountered tardigrades during a routine sediment analysis from the Puerto Rico Trench in 2019. Her team had collected samples from depths exceeding 8,000 meters, where the pressure reaches over 800 times that of sea level. The expectation was simple: document the bacterial communities, and perhaps identify a few hardy microorganisms. Instead, they found water bears, not just surviving, but actively feeding and reproducing in conditions that would instantly crush most deep-sea fish. What makes this discovery particularly unsettling is the mechanism behind their survival. When faced with extreme stress, tardigrades enter a state called cryptobiosis. Essentially, they die without dying. Their metabolic processes halt completely, their body water evaporates, and they curl into a dried husk called a tun. In this state, they become nearly indestructible. But here's where the mystery deepens. In the deep ocean, they don't need to enter this suspended animation. They remain active, alert, and surprisingly social. The pressure that would collapse a human body in milliseconds seems to have no effect on these microscopic marvels. Dr. Vasquez's team subjected laboratory tardigrades to pressures simulating depths of 11,000 meters, deeper than Challenger Deep, the deepest known point on Earth. The water bears continued their normal activities, crawling, feeding, even mating. When asked to explain this phenomenon, Dr. Vasquez admitted that current biological models simply don't account for such resilience. Temperature presents another puzzle. Deep-sea environments hover just above freezing, yet tardigrades collected from hydrothermal vents thrive in water exceeding 120 degrees Celsius. The same species, genetically identical, somehow adapts to both extremes without apparent difficulty. Traditional biology suggests this should be impossible. No known organism can function across such a vast temperature range without specialized adaptations. The most disturbing aspect of water bear biology may be their relationship with radiation. Deep-sea environments contain natural radioactivity from sediment and cosmic rays that penetrate the ocean depths. Most life forms suffer cellular damage from prolonged exposure, but tardigrades seem to absorb radiation without consequence. Laboratory studies have exposed them to 1,000 times the radiation dose that would kill a human, and they continue their normal activities as if nothing happened. This radiation resistance hints at something profound about their cellular structure. Dr. James Morrison, a radiobiologist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, spent 3 years studying tardigrade DNA repair mechanisms. His findings challenge fundamental assumptions about how life responds to genetic damage. Water bears possess a unique protein complex that can reassemble completely shattered DNA strands within hours. Morrison's research suggests they might be able to survive direct exposure to cosmic radiation in the vacuum of space, a theory that was later proven correct when tardigrades were sent to the International Space Station. The evolutionary implications are staggering. If water bears developed their extreme resilience through natural selection, what environmental pressures could have driven such adaptation? The deep ocean, while harsh by human standards, hasn't experienced the kind of catastrophic conditions that would require such robust survival mechanisms. Some researchers propose that tardigrades might be ancient survivors from Earth's early history, when the planet experienced regular asteroid impacts and extreme temperature fluctuations. Dr. Sarah Chen, an astrobiologist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, has studied tardigrades as potential models for extraterrestrial life. Her work suggests that if life exists elsewhere in the universe, it might resemble water bears more than the complex organisms we're familiar with. The ability to survive in space, extreme temperatures, and high radiation environments makes them natural candidates for interplanetary travel, whether intentional or accidental. Recent discoveries have identified over 1,300 species of tardigrades in Earth's oceans, each with slightly different survival capabilities. Some species found in the deepest trenches show characteristics that don't match any known evolutionary pathway. They possess cellular structures that appear to be engineered rather than evolved, leading to uncomfortable questions about their origin. The water bear's feeding behavior adds another layer to the mystery. In shallow water, they consume bacteria, algae, and other microorganisms through a simple piercing mechanism. But deep-sea species have been observed consuming materials that shouldn't provide nutritional value: metals, crystalline structures, even radioactive particles. How they extract energy from these sources remains unknown. Perhaps most unsettling is their apparent immortality. While most organisms show signs of aging through cellular degradation, tardigrades seem to reset their biological clocks with each cryptobiotic cycle. Specimens revived from Antarctic ice cores dating back 30,000 years showed no signs of age-related deterioration. They resumed normal activity as if they had been frozen yesterday. The implications extend beyond biology into the realm of physics. If tardigrades can survive conditions that destroy most matter, they might represent a form of life that operates under different physical laws. Dr. Morrison's team has documented tardigrades surviving temperatures approaching absolute zero, and pressures that compress carbon into diamond. At what point does biology become physics, and physics become something else entirely? As deep-sea exploration continues, water bears serve as both inspiration and warning. They demonstrate that life can exist in conditions we never thought possible, suggesting that the universe might be far more alive than we imagine. Yet their very existence challenges our understanding of life itself, forcing us to reconsider what it means to be alive in a universe that seems designed to extinguish life at every turn. The water bear endures, microscopic and mysterious, carrying secrets that might unlock the deepest mysteries of existence itself. The nutritional chains of darkness, in the deepest trenches of our oceans, where sunlight has never touched and photosynthesis becomes a distant memory, something extraordinary unfolds. Life doesn't just survive, it thrives, connected by invisible threads of sustenance that challenge everything we thought we knew about how ecosystems function. Marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 14 months analyzing stomach contents from deep-sea specimens collected at depths exceeding 6,000 meters. What she discovered left her questioning fundamental principles of marine ecology. The creatures she examined contained traces of organic compounds that shouldn't exist at such depths, compounds that seem to originate from sources science hasn't yet identified. The traditional understanding of deep ocean food webs relies on a concept called marine snow, the gentle cascade of organic matter that drifts down from surface waters like an endless underwater blizzard. Dead plankton, fecal pellets, and decomposing organisms create this vital link between the sunlit world above and the eternal darkness below. But Vasquez's research revealed something far more complex. At 4,000 meters below the surface, she found thriving communities of organisms whose nutritional profiles didn't match the expected marine snow composition. The isotope signatures in their tissues suggested they were feeding on something else entirely, something that originates within the deep ocean itself, independent of surface productivity. This discovery points to what researchers now call chemosynthetic food webs, where bacteria convert chemicals from the Earth's interior into usable energy. Around hydrothermal vents, where superheated water rich in hydrogen sulfide erupts from the seafloor, entire ecosystems flourish in complete isolation from solar energy. These bacterial communities form the foundation of nutritional chains that support tube worms stretching 3 meters in length, ghostly white crabs, and fish species found nowhere else on Earth. But the mystery deepens when we consider areas far from hydrothermal vents, vast abyssal plains where no obvious chemical energy sources exist. Here Dr. Vasquez's team documented dense populations of organisms that appear to be thriving on resources that remain scientifically unaccounted for. Their metabolic processes suggest access to energy sources that our current understanding of deep-sea chemistry cannot explain. The organisms themselves display adaptations that border on the impossible. Deep-sea amphipods, small crustaceans no larger than your thumb, demonstrate the ability to extract nutrition from compounds that would be toxic to surface-dwelling creatures. Their digestive systems process heavy metals and sulfur compounds with an efficiency that has automotive engineers studying their biochemistry for potential industrial applications. Recent sonar mapping of deep ocean floors has revealed structures that researchers initially dismissed as geological formations. Closer examination shows these formations teem with microbial life, creating what some scientists describe as underwater cities of bacteria. These bacterial metropolises span hundreds of square kilometers and appear to function as massive processing centers, breaking down and recycling organic matter in ways that science is only beginning to understand. The nutritional chains connecting these bacterial cities to larger organisms follow pathways that defy conventional ecological models. Creatures migrate vertically through thousands of meters of water column, following routes that seem to correspond with chemical gradients invisible to human detection. They navigate using sensory systems that can detect molecular concentrations measured in parts per billion. Dr. Vasquez's most intriguing finding involves temporal feeding patterns that suggest deep-sea organisms respond to cycles unrelated to surface phenomena. These creatures demonstrate synchronized feeding behaviors that occur on schedules lasting weeks or months, as if responding to some deep Earth rhythm that operates independent of tidal or seasonal influences. The implications extend beyond simple appetite. Energy transfer in these systems appears to be far more efficient than surface ecosystems. While terrestrial food chains lose roughly 90% of energy at each trophic level, deep-sea nutritional networks show energy retention rates that approach 70%. This efficiency suggests evolutionary pressures and biological processes that operate according to principles science has yet to fully grasp. Carbon cycling in these depths reveals another layer of mystery. Organisms are sequestering carbon in forms that remain stable for millennia, effectively removing it from global atmospheric circulation. The scale of this carbon storage suggests deep-sea ecosystems play a crucial role in planetary climate regulation, a role that wasn't recognized until researchers began studying these nutritional chains in detail. Perhaps most remarkably, genetic analysis of deep-sea organisms reveals that many species share biochemical pathways with life forms found near volcanic vents on land. This suggests nutritional strategies that evolved in Earth's earliest environments and persist in the deep ocean like living fossils of metabolic processes. The bacterial communities at the foundation of these food webs demonstrate abilities that challenge our understanding of life's limits. Some species thrive at temperatures that would sterilize medical equipment, while others derive energy from chemical reactions that occur at pressures exceeding 1,000 times atmospheric pressure at sea level. As research continues, each expedition reveals new connections in these nutritional networks. Organisms thought to be simple scavengers turn out to be active hunters with complex social structures. Creatures assumed to be isolated demonstrate sophisticated communication systems that coordinate feeding across vast distances. The deep ocean's nutritional chains represent more than ecological curiosity. They suggest alternative models for life that might exist on other worlds. The independence from solar energy and the efficiency of resource utilization offer insights into how life might sustain itself in environments previously considered uninhabitable. Dr. Vasquez's ongoing research continues to reveal connections that reshape our understanding of life's possibilities. Each dive, each specimen, each chemical analysis adds another piece to a puzzle that grows more complex and more fascinating with every discovery. In the eternal darkness of the deep ocean, life has written its own rules for survival, creating nutritional networks that sustain complexity and beauty in Earth's most remote wilderness. The mysteries of these feeding relationships remind us that our planet still holds secrets that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about life itself. Marine snow, the undersea blizzard. 3 miles beneath the Pacific surface, a submersible's lights revealed something that shouldn't exist in the crushing darkness of the deep ocean. Snow, not the crystalline ice of winter storms, but something far more ancient and mysterious, a perpetual blizzard that has been falling through Earth's waters for millions of years, sustaining life in places where no life should be possible. Marine snow. The term sounds almost poetic, and perhaps it needs to be, because what drifts endlessly through our planet's deepest waters defies simple explanation. Each flake in this underwater blizzard carries with it the remnants of surface life, the detritus of death, and the building blocks of ecosystems that exist in perpetual night. Yet for all our technological advancement, we've barely begun to understand what these particles truly are, where they all come from, or how they sustain the vast networks of life in Earth's most hostile environment. Dr. Sarah Mitchell first encountered marine snow during a 2019 deep-sea expedition off the coast of California. Her team had descended nearly 2 miles when their submersible's lights illuminated what appeared to be a gentle snowfall in the beam's path. The particles drifted downward with an almost hypnotic rhythm, each one catching the light for a brief moment before disappearing back into the darkness. What struck her most wasn't the beauty of the scene, but the sheer volume of material falling through the water column. Conservative estimates suggest that in the deep ocean, marine snow can contain up to 10 billion particles per cubic meter of water. The composition of marine snow reads like an inventory of ocean life itself. Dead phytoplankton, fragments of zooplankton, discarded larvation houses, fecal pellets from surface feeders, and countless microscopic remains of creatures that lived and died in the sunlit waters above. These organic particles aggregate as they fall, collecting bacteria, forming sticky clusters that grow larger and more complex with each foot of descent. Some flakes are barely visible to the naked eye, while others form aggregates the size of dinner plates, drifting through the water column like ghostly reminders of the surface world. But marine snow isn't merely the ocean's garbage disposal system. Recent research has revealed that these falling particles create their own unique ecosystems during their descent. Bacteria colonize the organic matter, breaking it down and releasing nutrients back into the water. Small crustaceans and other zooplankton feed on both the organic matter and the bacteria, turning the snow into mobile feeding stations that support life throughout the water column. Each particle becomes a tiny oasis of biological activity in the vast desert of the deep ocean. The journey of marine snow from surface to seafloor can take weeks or even months, depending on the particle size and ocean conditions. Larger aggregates fall faster, sometimes reaching speeds of 200 meters per day, while smaller particles may take much longer to complete their descent. During this time, the composition of the snow changes dramatically. What began as fresh organic matter from the surface becomes increasingly processed, with bacteria and other microorganisms breaking down the complex compounds into simpler nutrients. Temperature and pressure play crucial roles in this transformation. As the snow falls deeper, increasing pressure compresses the particles, while decreasing temperature slows bacterial activity. This creates a kind of natural preservation system, allowing some organic matter to reach the deepest parts of the ocean relatively intact. Scientists have found that marine snow reaching the abyssal depths can still contain recognizable fragments of surface organisms, creating a direct link between the sunlit surface waters and the perpetual darkness of the deep. The seasonal patterns of marine snow reflect the rhythms of surface life above. During spring and summer months, when phytoplankton blooms paint the ocean surface in shades of green and blue, the marine snow below increases dramatically. These seasonal pulses of organic matter create what researchers call phytodetritus events, massive deliveries of food to the deep ocean that can sustain benthic communities for months. Deep-sea cameras have captured time-lapse sequences showing how quickly bottom-dwelling creatures respond to these food falls, emerging from sediment burrows and crevices to feed on the newly arrived organic matter. Yet marine snow holds secrets that extend beyond simple biological processes. Some particles contain minerals and trace elements that shouldn't exist in the deep ocean according to our current understanding of ocean chemistry. Researchers have discovered microscopic particles of rare earth elements, unusual isotope ratios, and even organic compounds that appear to form only under specific pressure and temperature conditions found during the snow's descent. These findings suggest that the falling particles may be creating unique chemical environments that we're only beginning to understand. The role of marine snow in global carbon cycling represents one of the most significant unsolved puzzles in oceanography. The organic matter in marine snow effectively removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, transporting it to the deep ocean, where it can remain sequestered for hundreds or even thousands of years. This biological carbon pump is crucial for regulating Earth's climate, yet we still don't fully understand how changes in marine snow production might affect global carbon cycles. Some climate models suggest that alterations in marine snow patterns could significantly impact atmospheric carbon dioxide levels, but the mechanisms remain largely mysterious. Modern technology has begun to reveal the true complexity of marine snow ecosystems. High-resolution cameras and sampling devices have shown that different types of particles support different communities of microorganisms. Some bacteria appear to specialize in breaking down specific types of organic matter, while others seem to require the unique chemical conditions found only within marine snow aggregates. These microscopic communities create their own chemical signatures, releasing compounds that can influence ocean chemistry far beyond the individual particles. The deep ocean's relationship with marine snow becomes even more intriguing when we consider the creatures that have evolved to depend entirely on this falling feast. Filter-feeding organisms strain the water continuously, capturing particles as they drift past. Other species have developed the ability to detect and intercept larger aggregates, following chemical trails through the darkness to locate the most nutritious particles. The timing of feeding behaviors in many deep-sea species appears to be synchronized with the arrival of marine snow, suggesting evolutionary adaptations that span millions of years. As our climate continues to change, marine snow patterns are shifting in ways that may reshape deep ocean ecosystems. Ocean acidification, warming temperatures, and changing surface productivity all influence the composition and distribution of marine snow. These changes create ripple effects throughout the deep ocean, affecting creatures that depend on the steady rain of organic matter from above. Understanding these connections becomes increasingly crucial as we face an uncertain environmental future. In the perpetual darkness of the deep ocean, marine snow continues its ancient dance, connecting surface and depth in ways that challenge our understanding of how life persists in Earth's most extreme environments. Each particle carries with it a piece of the surface world's story, creating a bridge between the realm of light and the kingdom of eternal night. The resilient hydrothermal vent life. In 1977, marine biologist Robert Ballard descended 2 miles beneath the Pacific surface, expecting to find nothing but cold, lifeless sediment. Instead, his submersible's lights illuminated something that shouldn't exist according to every textbook on Earth: towering chimneys belching superheated water into the abyss, surrounded by gardens of life more alien than anything we've discovered on Mars. These hydrothermal vents challenge our most fundamental assumptions about what life requires to survive. Here, in complete darkness, under crushing pressure that would instantly flatten a human body, creatures thrive in water hot enough to melt lead. The temperature differential is so extreme that the water jetting from these vents reaches 750 degrees Fahrenheit, while the surrounding ocean hovers just above freezing. What makes these discoveries particularly unsettling is how recently we found them. For decades, scientists believed that all life on Earth ultimately depended on sunlight, that photosynthesis formed the foundation of every ecosystem. The hydrothermal vents proved us catastrophically wrong. These oases of life exist in perpetual midnight, powered not by the sun, but by the Earth's own molten heart. The creatures clustering around these underwater infernos seem pulled from fever dreams. Giant tube worms, some reaching 8 feet in length, sway in the scalding currents like ghostly wheat in an invisible wind. They have no mouths, no stomachs, no digestive systems as we understand them. Instead, they house billions of bacteria within their bodies, bacteria that feast on hydrogen sulfide, a gas so toxic it would kill most surface life within minutes. These crimson giants represent just one adaptation to an environment that should be uninhabitable. Ghostly white crabs scuttle across mineral formations, their legs adapted to withstand temperatures that would cook their surface cousins instantly. Their blood contains specialized proteins that prevent crystallization under extreme pressure, while their shells incorporate minerals found nowhere else on Earth. Perhaps most disturbing are the Pompeii worms, creatures that live closer to the vent openings than any other complex life form. Their tail ends endure temperatures of 176 degrees Fahrenheit, while their heads remain in relatively cool water at 72 degrees. A single worm experiences a temperature gradient more extreme than the difference between boiling water and a comfortable room. They've accomplished this through a symbiotic relationship with bacteria that form an insulating fleece across their backs, living organisms literally wearing other living organisms as protective clothing. The microbial communities surrounding these vents represent Earth's most ancient life forms, unchanged for billions of years. These archaea, as scientists call them, metabolize sulfur compounds and heavy metals that would poison conventional life. They've been found thriving in water so acidic it would dissolve human tissue, in conditions that mirror what we believe early Earth looked like when life first emerged. Recent expeditions have revealed that these vent communities exist in constant flux. The geological forces that create them also destroy them. Entire ecosystems can vanish overnight when the underlying magma shifts. When one vent dies, its dependent creatures face extinction unless they can somehow migrate across miles of barren ocean floor to find another active site. Scientists have documented mass die-offs when vents suddenly cool, leaving behind underwater graveyards of calcified tube worms and empty shells. Yet somehow, new vents are quickly colonized by creatures that seem to appear from nowhere. The larvae of vent species must drift through the crushing darkness, carried by deep ocean currents, surviving potentially years-long journeys between these scattered islands of life. How they navigate these vast distances, how they locate new vents in the absolute darkness, remains one of the deep ocean's most persistent mysteries. The chemical signatures of these environments have forced scientists to reconsider what we might find on other worlds. The moons of Jupiter and Saturn contain subsurface oceans that never see sunlight, heated by tidal forces rather than solar radiation. The organisms thriving around Earth's hydrothermal vents suggest that life might flourish in these alien seas, sustained by the same chemosynthetic processes we've discovered in our own planet's depths. What's particularly haunting is how much we still don't know about these communities. Each expedition reveals new species, new adaptations, new impossibilities. The Yeti crab, discovered in 2005, grows gardens of bacteria on its hairy claws, harvesting them for food. The scaly-foot snail incorporates iron sulfides into its shell, creating natural armor plated with the same minerals found in medieval weapons. These discoveries arrive at a troubling time. Deep-sea mining operations are beginning to target the mineral-rich deposits around inactive vents, while active sites face potential disruption from industrial activities. Entire ecosystems that took millions of years to evolve could be destroyed before we fully understand them. The organisms around hydrothermal vents represent more than scientific curiosities. They're evidence that life finds ways to survive in conditions we thought impossible. They've rewritten the rules of biology, expanded the boundaries of what we consider habitable, and suggested that the universe might be far less lonely than we once believed. In the deepest trenches of our oceans, where the Earth's crust splits and bleeds molten rock into the abyss, life has found a way to turn poison into sustenance, darkness into opportunity, and impossible conditions into thriving ecosystems. These communities remind us that even in our own world's most extreme environments, mysteries persist that challenge everything we thought we knew about the nature of life itself. The hydrothermal vents continue to pulse with their ancient rhythms, nurturing forms of life that exist nowhere else on Earth, in waters that remain largely unexplored and fundamentally alien to our surface-dwelling perspective. The surreal viperfish realm. In the perpetual darkness 3,000 feet below the surface, something moves with the precision of a nightmare-made flesh. The Pacific viperfish extends its jaw to reveal rows of teeth so long they cannot fit inside its mouth, fangs that curve backward like prison bars, ensuring nothing that enters ever escapes. Marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered one during a deep-sea expedition off the coast of California in 2019. Her submersible's lights caught the creature mid-hunt, and what she witnessed challenged everything she thought she knew about predation in the deep ocean. The viperfish didn't simply bite its prey, it performed what she could only describe as a surgical strike, positioning each needle-like tooth with the accuracy of a master craftsman. These aren't ordinary teeth. Each fang contains microscopic channels that deliver a cocktail of enzymes directly into the victim's bloodstream. The largest teeth, those jutting from the lower jaw, are so oversized they extend past the fish's eyes when the mouth closes. Evolution has crafted a creature that is, quite literally, more weapon than animal. The viperfish's body stretches to about 12 inches of pure predatory efficiency. Its skin appears almost translucent under research lights, revealing internal organs that pulse with an alien rhythm. But it's the photophores, those bioluminescent organs dotting its flanks, that transform this creature from mere predator into something approaching the supernatural. Dr. Vasquez documented how the viperfish uses these light organs in a display that defies conventional understanding of deep-sea hunting. Rather than simply luring prey with a glowing appendage like its cousin the anglerfish, the viperfish orchestrates an entire light show. It can control each photophore independently, creating patterns that ripple along its body like messages written in living light. The deeper you descend into viperfish territory, the more the rules of biology seem to bend. At 4,000 feet, researchers have encountered specimens whose proportions shouldn't allow for survival. Some individuals possess teeth nearly half the length of their bodies. The mathematical impossibility of storing such weaponry becomes apparent when you consider the fish's skull structure, or rather the lack thereof. Through careful analysis of preserved specimens, scientists discovered that the viperfish has essentially deconstructed its own head to accommodate its arsenal. The skull has been reduced to flexible cartilage, allowing the creature to unhinge its jaw to impossible angles. When feeding, the viperfish's head becomes a collapsible trap, expanding to engulf prey twice its normal girth. Temperature readings from the depths reveal another layer to this mystery. The viperfish inhabits waters that hover just above freezing, yet its metabolism operates at speeds that should be impossible in such conditions. Dr. Vasquez's team recorded instances where captured viperfish continued hunting behavior in laboratory conditions for hours without showing signs of the lethargy that typically affects deep-sea creatures when removed from their environment. The hunting patterns themselves suggest an intelligence that contradicts everything we know about fish cognition. Video footage from autonomous underwater vehicles shows viperfish coordinating attacks across vast distances. One individual will begin a bioluminescent display, and within minutes, other viperfish, sometimes dozens of them, will respond with synchronized light patterns from as far as a mile away. This behavior implies a form of communication that science has yet to decode. The pulses follow complex mathematical sequences that researchers are only beginning to understand. Some patterns repeat every 47 seconds. Others follow prime number intervals. The consistency suggests not random signaling, but a sophisticated language of light operating in the ocean's darkest reaches. Perhaps most unsettling is the viperfish's relationship with the vertical migration that occurs in the deep ocean each night. As countless smaller fish rise toward the surface to feed, the viperfish population doesn't simply follow. They appear to anticipate the movement. Tracking data shows viperfish positioning themselves along migration routes hours before the prey species begin their ascent. The implications trouble marine biologists. Either these creatures possess predictive abilities that challenge our understanding of animal cognition, or they're responding to environmental cues so subtle that our instruments cannot detect them. Both possibilities suggest that the deep ocean operates according to principles we have yet to grasp. Recent genetic analysis has revealed another anomaly. The viperfish genome contains sequences that don't match any known marine species. Roughly 12% of its DNA appears to be entirely unique, with no evolutionary relatives in the fossil record. It's as if the viperfish represents a separate experiment in deep-sea evolution, one that developed in isolation from the rest of marine life. The creature's reproduction adds another layer of mystery. Unlike most deep-sea species that gather in specific locations to spawn, viperfish appear to mate in the open ocean at depths where the pressure would crush conventional research equipment. The few larvae that have been recovered show development patterns that don't align with typical fish maturation. Some specimens appear to skip entire developmental stages, while others remain in larval form far longer than should be biologically possible. Dr. Vasquez's most recent expedition in 2023 yielded footage that the research team still struggles to explain. Deep-sea cameras captured a gathering of over 200 viperfish arranged in a perfect spiral formation, each individual maintaining precise spacing from its neighbors. The formation persisted for 17 hours before dissolving without apparent cause. The bioluminescent display that accompanied this gathering created patterns visible from submersibles nearly a mile away. The light show pulsed in waves that seemed to originate from the formation's center and spiral outward, creating what one researcher described as a galaxy of living stars rotating in the abyss. What drives such behavior remains unknown. The viperfish realm operates by rules that seem to blend the biological with the otherworldly, creating a domain where evolution has crafted something that exists at the very edge of what we consider natural. Each new discovery about these creatures raises more questions than it answers, leaving us to wonder what other impossible things move through the darkness of the deep ocean, just beyond the reach of our lights. Circular phenomena of the ocean floor. 3 miles beneath the Pacific's surface, a research submersible's camera captured something that made marine biologists question what they thought they knew about the ocean floor. Perfect circles, etched into the sediment with mathematical precision, stretched across the abyssal plain like ancient symbols carved by an unknown hand. Dr. Yoji Okata was scanning the seafloor near Japan's Amami Oshima Island in 2011, when his deep-sea camera first revealed these geometric mysteries. The formations measured exactly 6 feet in diameter, their borders raised in delicate ridges that caught the submersible's lights like underwater crop circles. The precision was unsettling. Each circle contained radiating lines that spiraled outward from the center, creating patterns so intricate they seemed to follow some hidden blueprint. For 3 years, these formations remained one of the ocean's most perplexing riddles. Marine archaeologists wondered if they were witnessing evidence of ancient civilizations lost beneath rising seas. The mathematical perfection suggested intelligence, purpose, deliberate creation. Ocean current specialists analyzed the formations, searching for natural explanations in the endless dance of water and sediment. Nothing in their models could account for such precise geometry. The circles appeared overnight, lasting only a few days before the ocean's currents erased them completely. This temporal mystery deepened the enigma. Something was creating these elaborate patterns with clockwork regularity, working in the absolute darkness of the deep sea, 3 miles from the nearest human observer. Then, in 2014, persistence revealed the architect. A small pufferfish, barely 5 inches long, emerged from the depths, carrying one of nature's most extraordinary secrets. This tiny creature, working alone in the crushing darkness, was sculpting these underwater masterpieces with nothing but its fins and an inexplicable drive for perfection. The discovery challenged every assumption about intelligence, artistry, and purpose in the animal kingdom. Male pufferfish, scientists learned, spend 7 to 9 days crafting these elaborate nests, working with the dedication of master sculptors. They push sand with their fins, creating the precise ridges that form each circle's perimeter. The radiating lines aren't random decorations, but carefully calculated features designed to channel water currents in specific patterns. But the mystery deepened rather than resolved. These fish possess no tools, no reference points, no apparent means of measuring or calculating the geometric precision they achieve. Their brains, smaller than a pearl, somehow contain the blueprint for creating patterns that rival human engineering in their mathematical accuracy. The circles serve as breeding grounds, designed to attract females through their sheer perfection. Dr. Hiroshi Kawase, who led the research team that identified the pufferfish architects, discovered that each circle contains subtle variations that function like fingerprints. The number of radiating lines, the spacing of decorative shells, the height of the ridges, all these elements vary slightly between individual artists, suggesting a level of creative expression that challenges our understanding of consciousness in marine life. The construction process itself defies explanation. These fish work in complete darkness, relying on senses we barely comprehend. They gather shells and coral fragments, arranging them in specific patterns around the circle's perimeter. The placement isn't random. Each decoration serves a hydrodynamic purpose, helping to create the gentle currents that will eventually attract a mate. What makes this discovery particularly haunting is the realization of how much artistry exists in the ocean's depths, unseen by human eyes. For millennia, these tiny architects have been creating their masterpieces in the crushing darkness, each circle a testament to drives and instincts that operate beyond our comprehension. The female pufferfish's judgment of these creations adds another layer to the mystery. Her choice of mate depends entirely on the quality of his architectural achievement. She somehow assesses the mathematical precision, the artistic merit, the structural integrity of each circle. The criteria she uses remain unknown, but her decisions determine which genetic lineages continue and which fade into the abyss. Other circular phenomena on the ocean floor have since caught researchers' attention. Off the coast of Denmark, massive circular depressions called pockmarks dot the seafloor, created by methane gas seeping from deep within the earth. These formations, some measuring hundreds of feet across, appear and disappear over geological timescales, their edges softened by sediment and colonized by deep-sea communities. In the Mediterranean, underwater photographers have documented circular formations created by Mediterranean gobies, smaller and simpler than their Pacific cousins, but equally precise in their geometry. Each species seems to follow its own architectural tradition, passed down through generations without written instruction or formal teaching. The technology required to document these phenomena pushes the boundaries of marine exploration. Submersibles equipped with high-resolution cameras must navigate in complete darkness, their lights creating the first illumination these formations have ever received. The pressure at these depths would crush any air-filled vessel instantly, yet these delicate circles survive in an environment more hostile than outer space. Recent discoveries have revealed that the pufferfish circles serve multiple purposes beyond mate attraction. The raised ridges create specific current patterns that help oxygenate the eggs once they're laid. The shells and coral fragments aren't merely decorative, they provide essential minerals that support embryonic development. Every element of these underwater sculptures serves a biological function that scientists are only beginning to understand. The implications extend beyond marine biology into questions about consciousness, creativity, and the nature of intelligence itself. These fish demonstrate problem-solving abilities, artistic sensibility, and construction skills that suggest cognitive capabilities far more sophisticated than their brain size should allow. They're working with principles of fluid dynamics and structural engineering that human scientists have only recently begun to understand. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider the darkness beneath the waves. 3 miles down, in pressure that would liquefy human bone, tiny architects are crafting their next masterpieces. Each circle represents hours of unwavering dedication, mathematical precision achieved through instinct, and beauty created for an audience of one. The ocean floor holds thousands of such mysteries, waiting in the darkness for the next curious light to reveal their secrets. deep-sea thermal columns. In 1977, marine geologist Jack Corliss descended 2.5 miles into the Pacific Ocean, expecting to find nothing but cold, lifeless sediment. Instead, his submersible emerged from the darkness to witness something that fundamentally changed our understanding of life itself: towering black columns belching superheated water into the frigid abyss, surrounded by creatures that shouldn't exist. These thermal columns rise from the ocean floor like ancient cathedrals, some reaching heights of 60 feet or more. They're built from minerals that precipitate out of water heated to temperatures exceeding 750 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt lead. Yet within mere inches of these scalding torrents, life not only survives but thrives in ways that challenge everything we thought we knew about the limits of existence. The columns themselves tell a story written in sulfur and iron. As mineral-rich water erupts from deep within the Earth's crust, it meets the near-freezing ocean water and instantly begins depositing its cargo. Layer upon layer accumulates, creating these chimney-like structures that grow upward at remarkable rates. Some columns have been observed growing several feet in a single year, while others collapse under their own weight, only to rebuild elsewhere along the same volcanic ridge. What makes these thermal vents truly extraordinary isn't just their physical presence, it's the ecosystems they support. Here, in the perpetual darkness of the deep ocean, communities of organisms have evolved to harvest energy not from sunlight, but from the very chemicals spewing from these underwater geysers. Bacteria form the foundation of this alien food web, converting hydrogen sulfide and other toxic compounds into usable energy through a process called chemosynthesis. These bacterial mats create carpets of white, yellow, and orange that undulate in the mineral-rich currents. They're not just surviving in conditions that would instantly kill most surface life, they're converting poison into sustenance, creating the base of a food chain that supports creatures found nowhere else on Earth. Giant tube worms, some reaching lengths of 8 feet, anchor themselves around these thermal chimneys with no mouth, no stomach, no digestive system as we understand it. Instead, they house billions of chemosynthetic bacteria within their tissues, existing in a symbiotic relationship that blurs the line between individual organisms and living ecosystems. Their crimson plumes filter the water for hydrogen sulfide, feeding their bacterial partners while receiving nutrients in return. Ghostly white crabs scuttle across the mineral formations, their shells lacking the pigmentation of their shallow water cousins. They've adapted to a world where sunlight never penetrates, where traditional food sources don't exist, where the very water around them can shift from life-giving to lethal within the span of inches. Some species have been observed deliberately positioning themselves at the precise temperature gradient where survival becomes possible. The thermal columns create microclimates of temperature and chemistry that change dramatically with distance from the source. Water that emerges at temperatures exceeding 700 degrees Fahrenheit cools rapidly as it mixes with the surrounding ocean, creating layers of different thermal zones. Each zone supports different communities of organisms, from the hardy bacteria that thrive in the hottest waters, to the more complex creatures that populate the moderate temperatures at the column's edges. Scale worms traverse these thermal landscapes like living armor, their bodies covered in protective plates that allow them to venture closer to the deadly heat than most other organisms. They graze on bacterial mats and scavenge organic matter, playing a crucial role in cycling nutrients through these isolated ecosystems. Their presence indicates the remarkable adaptability of life when faced with extreme conditions. Perhaps most intriguing are the species that exist nowhere else. Organisms so specialized for life around thermal vents that they cannot survive in any other environment. The Pompeii worm tolerates temperature variations that would kill virtually any other complex organism, living with its tail end in water hot enough to brew tea, while its head remains in the comparative cold of normal deep-sea temperatures. These thermal columns are not permanent features. They can cease flowing without warning, leaving behind mineral skeletons that become archaeological records of past biological activity. When a vent dies, the specialized communities that depend on it face extinction within months. Yet new columns emerge elsewhere along the ridge systems, and somehow, these highly specialized organisms manage to colonize new sites across vast distances of ocean floor. The discovery of thermal vent ecosystems has profound implications for our understanding of life's origins. These environments may represent conditions similar to those that existed on early Earth, suggesting that life might have first emerged not in shallow, sunlit pools, but in the chemical furnaces of deep-sea thermal vents. The organisms thriving around these columns today might be direct descendants of Earth's first living systems. Recent deep-sea surveys have revealed that thermal columns exist in all of Earth's oceans, from the Pacific Ring of Fire to the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Each region hosts unique communities of organisms, suggesting that these isolated ecosystems have been evolving independently for millions of years. The biodiversity concentrations around some thermal fields rival those of tropical rainforests, despite existing in one of Earth's most extreme environments. The mineral deposits left behind by ancient thermal columns are now being studied as potential indicators of past climate conditions and oceanic chemistry. These geological records may hold clues to major extinction events, changes in ocean temperature, and the evolution of life in Earth's deep ocean. Each column represents a time capsule of environmental conditions that existed when it was actively flowing. As we continue to explore the deep ocean, thermal columns remind us that life finds ways to establish itself in the most unlikely places. These towering structures and their impossible communities challenge our assumptions about where life can exist, not just on Earth, but potentially on other worlds where similar conditions might create their own thermal oases in otherwise hostile environments. The story of these deep-sea thermal columns is still being written, with each descent revealing new species, new relationships, and new questions about the limits of life itself. The delicate balance of oceanic light. At precisely 200 meters beneath the ocean surface, something extraordinary happens. The last traces of red light surrender to the darkness, filtered away by water molecules that have been performing this same quiet sacrifice for millions of years. Yet down here, in this realm where sunlight becomes nothing more than a fading memory, life has discovered ways to paint its own luminous masterpiece across the void. The deeper you descend, the more you realize that light in the ocean isn't simply present or absent. It exists in gradients so subtle, so carefully calibrated, that even the slightest shift can determine whether a creature lives or dies. Marine biologists have spent decades mapping these invisible boundaries, and what they've found challenges our fundamental understanding of how life adapts to its environment. Dr. Edith Witter, a pioneer in deep-sea bioluminescence research, once described her first encounter with the ocean's natural light show as witnessing an alien intelligence communicating in a language of pure radiance. Her words carry weight when you consider that she's documented over 80% of deep-sea creatures produce their own light, each species developing unique biochemical mechanisms that seem almost impossibly sophisticated. The physics behind this underwater twilight realm tell a story of precise mathematical relationships. Blue light, with its shorter wavelength, penetrates deepest into the ocean, which explains why so many deep-sea creatures have evolved eyes specifically tuned to detect these azure frequencies. But the margin for error is razor thin. A creature positioned just 50 meters higher or lower in the water column might find itself suddenly visible to predators, or conversely, unable to detect the faint signals that indicate prey. Recent expeditions using advanced spectrometers have revealed that the ocean's light environment changes not just with depth, but with geographic location, season, and even time of day in ways that were previously unmeasurable. The Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute documented how certain deep-sea fish migrate vertically through the water column, following specific light levels that shift throughout daily cycles. These creatures are essentially surfing waves of illumination that most of us never knew existed. What makes this balance particularly fascinating is how life has learned to exploit the smallest variations in available light. The barrel-eye fish, with its transparent head and tubular eyes, represents perhaps the most dramatic example of evolution responding to these subtle luminous gradients. Its eyes can rotate within its skull, constantly adjusting to track the faintest glimmers of bioluminescence above. The precision required for this biological engineering suggests that even minute changes in light availability have profound evolutionary consequences. Scientists studying hydrothermal vents have discovered ecosystems that exist in complete darkness, yet still maintain complex relationships with light through secondary channels. Some bacteria near these vents produce bioluminescence that serves no apparent communication purpose. Dr. Stephen Haddock from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute noted that these organisms seem to be maintaining the machinery of light production even when darkness is total, suggesting that the ability to create light might be so fundamental to marine life that it persists even when seemingly unnecessary. The technology we use to study these environments has had to become increasingly sophisticated to match the subtlety of what we're observing. New low-light cameras can detect photons at levels that would have been impossible to measure just a decade ago. These instruments have revealed that the ocean's light environment is far more dynamic than previously thought, with bioluminescent displays creating temporary illumination patterns that can be seen from hundreds of meters away. Perhaps most intriguingly, researchers have begun to understand that many deep-sea creatures don't just respond to light, they actively manipulate it. Certain species of squid can control not just the intensity of their bioluminescence, but its color, duration, and even the direction in which it's projected. This level of optical control suggests a sophisticated understanding of how light behaves in their environment, almost as if these creatures have developed their own form of underwater optics. The implications extend beyond individual species. Entire ecosystems appear to be structured around these delicate light relationships. Dr. Sonki Johnson from Duke University has documented how changes in bioluminescent activity can cascade through multiple trophic levels, affecting everything from feeding patterns to reproductive cycles. The ocean's light balance isn't just about physics and biology, it's about the intricate web of relationships that keep deep-sea communities functioning. Climate change has begun to alter these ancient light patterns in ways that are only now becoming apparent. As ocean temperatures rise and currents shift, the traditional boundaries between light zones are moving. Some deep-sea creatures are following these shifting gradients, while others seem unable to adapt quickly enough. The long-term consequences of these changes remain unknown, but early observations suggest that disruptions to the ocean's light balance could have far-reaching effects on marine ecosystems. The more we learn about oceanic light, the more we realize how much we still don't understand. Every expedition brings back data that challenges existing theories about how life functions in these extreme environments. The delicate balance that allows creatures to thrive in conditions that would seem impossible to most surface dwellers continues to reveal new layers of complexity, each more remarkable than the last. In the darkness of the deep ocean, light becomes not just a tool for survival, but a language, a weapon, and a work of art all at once. The creatures that have mastered this delicate balance have achieved something that borders on the miraculous, transforming the ocean's depths into a realm where darkness and light dance together in perfect, perpetual harmony. Deep-sea mind wonders. The deeper we venture into the ocean's most remote corners, the more we confront a humbling truth. Consciousness might not be the exclusive domain of terrestrial minds. Down here, where sunlight becomes a forgotten memory and pressure would crush our bones to powder, intelligence takes forms that challenge everything we thought we knew about awareness itself. Dr. Elena Vasquez encountered something that shifted her understanding of marine cognition during a 2019 expedition to the Puerto Rico Trench. Her team's submersible was documenting what appeared to be routine bioluminescent displays when the patterns suddenly changed. The lights weren't random anymore. They were responding to the submarine's presence with what could only be described as curiosity, flashing sequences that seemed to mirror the vessel's own illumination patterns. Testing, learning, communicating. The footage remains classified in marine biology circles, not because of any conspiracy, but because the implications are so profound that peer review has stalled. How do you publish findings that suggest organized intelligence where none should theoretically exist? The pressure alone at those depths should prevent the kind of neural complexity required for such behavior. Yet the evidence keeps accumulating. Research stations across the globe report similar encounters, coordinated movements among species that have no known social structures, problem-solving behaviors that surpass what we see in laboratory settings, deep-sea creatures displaying what can only be called emotional responses to environmental changes. Consider the work being done at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute. Their remotely operated vehicles have documented octopus populations exhibiting culture, not instinct, culture, tools being passed between individuals, hunting techniques refined and taught across generations, young cephalopods learning not just what to eat, but how to think about their environment in ways that suggest abstract reasoning. The most unsettling discovery came from the Hadal-Pelagic zone, that deepest layer of ocean where life shouldn't thrive at all. Dr. Forey's Hoped, Zavkal of Towing Way, Marcus Chen's team observed what they termed collective consciousness events, entire populations of deep-sea organisms moving in perfect synchronization across vast distances, not migration, not feeding patterns, something else entirely, as if thousands of individual minds were temporarily becoming one. The jellyfish are perhaps the most mysterious of all. These ancient creatures, with nervous systems so primitive they lack true brains, somehow demonstrate learning capabilities that rival vertebrates. They remember, they adapt, they solve problems. The Aurelia aurita specimens brought up from abyssal depths show neural activity patterns that shouldn't be possible given their anatomical structure. What disturbs researchers most is the timing. These intelligence displays have intensified over the past decade, coinciding with our increased deep-sea exploration. The ocean's residents seem to be watching us back, learning from our presence, adapting to our intrusions in ways that suggest they understand we're studying them. The bioluminescent communications networks stretch for hundreds of miles along the ocean floor, pulses of light traveling between species that share no evolutionary history. Messages pass through the darkness with purpose and intent. Dr. Sarah Kim's linguistic analysis team has identified recurring patterns in these light sequences. Grammar, syntax, the building blocks of language emerging from creatures we once considered mindless. Temperature sensors placed near hydrothermal vents record anomalous readings that correspond to these communication events. The water itself seems to carry information, transformed by the creatures living within it, into something approaching a global nervous system. The ocean thinking, processing, responding to stimuli on a planetary scale. Ancient maritime cultures spoke of the sea's consciousness with reverence we've forgotten. The Polynesian concept of the ocean as a living entity. Aboriginal Australian dreamtime stories describing the water's memory. Celtic traditions honoring the deep as a source of wisdom. Perhaps they understood something we're only beginning to rediscover. The question that haunts marine biologists isn't whether deep-sea creatures are intelligent, it's whether they've always been this way, and we're just now developing the tools to recognize it, or if something fundamental has changed in the ocean's depths, an awakening triggered by our presence, our pollution, our impact on their ancient world. Specimens brought to surface laboratories lose these enhanced capabilities within hours. The intelligence fades as if it requires the crushing pressure and absolute darkness to fully manifest. We can observe it, but we cannot replicate it, cannot truly study it, cannot understand it on our terms. The implications extend beyond marine biology. If consciousness can emerge in forms this alien to our experience, what does that mean for our understanding of life itself? The deep ocean becomes a laboratory for questions we're not sure we're ready to answer. Each new discovery pulls us deeper into a mystery that may be looking back at us with equal fascination. These creatures have had millions of years to evolve in isolation, to develop ways of thinking that require no comparison to terrestrial cognition. They represent minds shaped by an environment so foreign to our own that their very existence challenges our definitions of intelligence, consciousness, and awareness. The ocean keeps its secrets, but it's beginning to share them. Each expedition brings back evidence that the deep sea harbors forms of consciousness that exist beyond our current understanding. We're not just exploring the ocean's depths, we're discovering that the depths have been exploring us, studying us, learning from us with an intelligence we're only beginning to glimpse. In the crushing darkness miles beneath the surface, minds we never knew existed continue their ancient work of thinking, learning, and perhaps wondering about the strange visitors